to Knoxville, don't be late. Baker's Live, it's gonna be great. June 5th and 6th, mark your date at Dollywood, we'll celebrate. Meet Baker and more cool friends, live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. Rides, fun, and meet and greet. Baker and pals, the crew's so sweet. Get ready for laughs, cheers, and thrills. Knoxville's the place, it's giving chills. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. June 5th and 6th, don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none. Baker and friends, it's second to none.
Hey everyone, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. And welcome to a new trial. Collin Griffith, yeah, I think that's his name. A 17-year-old kid who unalived both his mom and his dad. Oh, nothing happened. The dad, 2023, he claims self-defense. The state said, well, could be self-defense. Sends him to live with his mother. He runs away from his mom to go live with his grandma. And something happens, and he claims she falls on a stapulator. People say they could see him drag her by the hair. So they are claiming as far as I have seen, they are only going for life. For a 17-year-old kid, life in prison. Wrong microphone. My microphone shouldn't change. I don't touch my microphone. What the hell? Is this mic better? Hello, hello, hello. Why do I get a stadium sound? There shouldn't be a stadium sound. I've turned the stadium sound all the way down. No, I didn't change my camera since yesterday. But too loud. Let me see what I can do about that. I love it when my equipment starts doing stuff I didn't ask it to do. Should automatically let me go. Is it in the wavelength audio? Elgato Wave 3. Output volume. I'm gonna put, is this better? I am now at minus 43 dB. 43 dB minus, is that the right one? One, two, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I hope this is better because I can't hear it. Charlie says okay. Jennifer says perfect. Good. Then I don't touch anything else. Close that one. Hopefully this one is better because this microphone it has 7 different inputs or something like that, and I must have done something or it chose to do something else. So I hope everything is better now, and I will keep my market crier voice to a minimum today because there's no bingo, bingo, bingo. Yeah, that should be okay. Yeah, it happens sometimes. It's the same with my camera. It keeps changing settings. So we are ready to go. And just so you don't have to go ask every time people come in, I will be Natalie Cochan is on verdict watch. So people don't have to ask. We will, of course. Oh, first person already asked. They will be starting a verdict, the deliberations in half an hour, and I don't want to just do nothing. So there's 4 cases kind of kicking off today. One of the YSL boys, apparently they had fun in the courtroom. The lawyer offered to fight another lawyer or something like that. There's of New England somewhere that people believe was Bev that had that, but it has been transferred to another judge. It's a bench trial. There's a lady out of California who allegedly unalived her husband to get his life insurance. And then we have the Collin Griffith case. I'm going to do the Collin Griffith case. California will go too late for me. The YSL, Nick covered all of that back in the day, so I'm not going to jump on that. And the bench trial, it's a weird case. She is accused of unaliving him by fighting with him, so he got a heart attack. If it had been Bev, I would have covered it because it could be interesting to see how she rules in other cases. But when it's another judge, I just find that weird. How can she be held liable for him passing out because he had a heart attack? I don't know. Bad audio again, cutting in and out.
That's why I was.
Let's try it one more time. Let's try it one more time. Yeah, that's because I plugged out my microphone and plugged it back in. It'll put me automatically until I say yes. It could also be because audio from court started feeding in, and it'll clip. It'll clip if people try to talk over stream, because StreamYard will try and even everything out. It'll clip a lot. But oh, Nina Canadian says it's the court. Probably was the court because I have it on in the background so we can hear when they start. No, I think she was just a placeholder on the. So I don't think she gave up a case. She was just a placeholder because Friday she will also be doing the motions and evidentiary hearing in the Karen Reed case. Holy moly, that's hot. Yo. Hey, Sui. Oh, and when we have a morning break, I got a package from Jemima, so I will I will be opening this in the morning break. Bev is doing it. Well, there was another guy for it, but it's only on Court TV. Yeah, and I don't want to sit through 40,000 commercials. Yeah, I got Jemima's package. It's again, it's a bench trial. It's probably not going to be long. And I don't know. I might, just because I don't have enough streaming in a week already, I might be doing like a catch up on Sundays to just look at some cases I haven't looked at. I don't know how to figure that one out yet, but I might be doing that on Sundays. Don't hold me up to it. I have more plans than I have time, and when Sunday hits, that's why I normally sleep my 10 hours, because I don't sleep 10 hours every day. Hey, little D, you know what some of the package is? So you supplied her with the rattlesnake that's in the pack. It's dried oregano and blue blue headache pills. No, this has actually been 8 days. No, that's not true. Yeah, 8 or 9 days on the way. So that's pretty good. I am doing swimmingly. I hit chest in the gym, and if I wasn't so fat, I could pop my pecs right now. Hey, Hyacinth. Catnip. Yeah, it went out on my birthday. So 8 days, that's 6 business days. That's pretty good return. That's kind of what I hit the last time I sent out the giveaway gifts. So hopefully, oh, Sunday is also when I normally do my office work. So why do I? Are we going? No. 6, 8 days is wonderful. The first time I sent stuff out, it took like 3 weeks. They keep clipping in and out of the audio. What kind of bindi we have today? Got more free time? Bindi? Free time? 2 words I don't use. We are back in Florida. Oh, no bingo today. No bingo today. If we hear any good words, we might be able to persuade Jemima to do a closing bingo again.
Yeah, so I want to make sure if we can test that much.
We're going? We're not going. USPS has taken more than 6 business days to get packages from one side of the US to another. I sent stuff to Australia, America, Canada, Scotland. Yeah, that's where I sent the first time. I think the first packages to arrive was Canada. Scotland should have had it the day after, so it could go to customs and stuff like that. I think that was one of the last packages.
Good morning.
Woohoo!
Okay.
This is the 10th circuit. I don't know what it is. Bingo was fun yesterday. Happy to hear it, and it depends on Jemima has the time to do it. Hey, Gata. Did Collin unalive his dad in Florida? No. It was in... I should know this because I actually, for once, I read an article yesterday. Geologged. Oh, Griffin is being tried as an adult. He now faces charges of first degree. The trial is already starting because Griffin's attorney did not file to delay a speedy trial. So hopefully...
Mr. Griffith is present with Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Hendry. Mr. Levine is here for the state. Is there anything that we need to take up before the jury comes in?
No, Your Honor. Judge, I just wanted a reminder that the
Oklahoma was where he unalived his dad in believed self-defense, or I think they said they couldn't disprove it could be self-defense. So it's going to be Oklahoma. Well, hey, Queen.
is very narrow about what can come in, because I anticipate that there will be a witness from Oklahoma today. I don't know if it's a good idea to instruct him before he testifies, to be safe.
Or who's the witness?
Christopher Hyde, Your Honor.
Is he, do you know about when today he might be testifying?
Yes, either right before lunch or right after lunch, Your Honor.
All right. So when you intend to call that witness, just ask for a break.
Yes, sir.
All right.
The other thing is, I didn't object during jury selection to references to this murder, but I would appreciate that the state not use words that invade the jury's province and imply that the ultimate facts have already been decided, like kidnapping and murder, things like that.
Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, I will be using the words murder and kidnapping. There's nothing wrong about that or objectionable. That's what he's charged with. There's nothing inappropriate about saying those words. Obviously, the jury is here to determine whether he's guilty of those things.
Ms. Thornhill, are you referring, for instance, if Mr. Levine is asking a witness?
The kid is 17 years old. He unalived his dad. This is 24. He allegedly unalived his mom. He claims she fell on a stabulator. He pew-pewed his dad in 2023 over what they couldn't disprove was self-defense.
You know, at the time of the killing or murder, as Mr. Levine wants to say, that it's that type of,
Right.
when he's talking to a witness, not
Multiple.
saying things like that.
Not talking about the charges, because of course those are what the charges are, but speaking with, say, a detective and saying, when Collin murdered his mom, when killing is fine, that's fine, homicide is fine, incident is fine.
Yeah, people look like tools with a bunch of yellow behind them and a weak rooker sitting upon their country's throne. Where is my board? What is the damn number address for HR? Is it in Discord? Your board is right there. Always prominently featured. Number for HR is 1-800-BITE-ME. I don't know. Jamie says she was given that number by the telephone company. I think it's on purpose. Thank you, Brendan.
Describing facts is fine, but using the words that are going to be, it's going to be the jury's duty to determine whether a kidnapping and a murder happened.
Additional response, Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, first I thought she was referring to opening statement, which doesn't sound like she has a problem, and she should not have a problem with me saying murder or kidnapping opening statement. as it pertains to questioning of the witnesses, if I feel that it's appropriate and there's nothing to the contrary from the court, I don't think there'll be anything inappropriate about using those words.
Yesterday he called for
Openings.
night.
You're not talking about openings.
I mean, I would prefer that we keep it more neutral at this point, rather than assigning actions a certain legal description or conclusion that the jury is going to be required to reach, rather than either one of us.
I think that the use of the word murder or kidnapping or anything that connotes a legal conclusion about this killing or these events, depending on how that comes out, the context in which those words are used, I think certainly sometimes that would be a sustainable objection. For instance, if you're asking a witness questions and you say something like, at the time
Looks like it.
the defendant murdered his mother, did you know?
Why isn't he's charged with murder? Of course, the prosecution can say, we believe he murdered his mother after kidnapping her. Why are we having this discussion?
X, Y, or Z or something like that. I think that is inappropriate and argumentative.
Hey, Bingster.
I'm a little uncomfortable saying you can't say any of that in opening statements until I hear that. So just be on your toes, Ms. Thornhill, and I'll entertain any objection you have.
Yeah.
At that time, of course, openings are not supposed to be argument, so the state needs to be cautious about its word choice in opening statement. But I could envision a circumstance when use of the word murder or kidnapping would be appropriate in opening statement and not argumentative. I think it just depends on how it comes out.
I understand.
So I'll direct the state to avoid using those words in an argumentative context during the course of the trial until closing arguments, especially when questioning witnesses. Do you have any questions about that? All right.
And I will say that this arose yesterday because Mr. Levine referred to a knife that was going to be produced in evidence as the murder weapon. So it's that sort of context that concerns me.
Anything additional, Ms. Thornhill?
Just about unsupported opinions being offered by witnesses, things like bragging, unremorseful. We touched on that briefly the other day, just as a reminder, so that I'm trying to avoid me standing up objecting over and over and over.
Again, I think a lot of those things are context specific, and
I don't like the lean on this prosecutor. $9.99 or $10 and 0.01 super chat tax to Apple IT. I don't know why it's 1 cent goes away when it's Apple.
some lay witnesses can give opinions based on everyday observations. For instance, if someone is crying, I think it's appropriate for the witness to render an opinion that they looked sad.
Well, it is because he's charged with murder. If he was charged with jaywalking, it would be wrong to say when he murdered his mom or when he murdered the victim. I would swing for that one. But of course, if he just keeps saying murder, 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 that's a different thing. But he is charged with murder. Murder is murder. You should be allowed to say murder in a murder trial.
But in general, I agree with you that lay opinion, when not supported by common sense deductions, is not appropriate. But you'll just have to cross those bridges when and if we come to them.
I like to say we can jump off that bridge when we get to them, but maybe that's just me being
Yeah, but he's still charged with the murder.
pessimistic.
Roughly a
else?
year.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Levine, nothing. All right. Do we know if the remaining juror has arrived?
Because, Gerda, as we say in every case, we have the presumption of innocence. We still need the state to prove that it was murder.
They're on their way out. All right.
Does that mean I have time
Sell it, Annie.
to take a quick break?
Yes.
Bring it up, Kenny. Da-da-da-da-da. Some of you have never been down south. Some of you never been down south too much.
Counsel, and Mr. Henry, if you tell Ms. Thornhill this when she comes back in, sometimes lawyers in their opening statements or closing arguments, more often closing arguments, will hearken back to something that someone said in jury selection. If that is in anyone's intention in this case, please do not identify a juror by
Opening statements aren't evidence, so we will hear the charges read, and he is charged with murder, so they should be allowed to mention murder. But of course, everything in context.
name, just one of you or something like that, or if you must identify the person, which I don't know why that would be necessary, use a juror number.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
No, if it's self-defense, it's not murder. Murder is illegal. Again, it's a technicality, but we don't have anything else to argue about. So let's argue wordplay. But he's not convicted of any murder. He's found innocent in murder because it was self-defense. So it was a legal unaliving. It's the same. The guy who pulls the switch on the electric chair isn't the murderer either. Julie, that's a bad day. Yeah, poor boy, he's an orphan now.
The instruction appear to be standard. Is there any objection to
No
that?
objection.
And again, you do want me to include the portion regarding your client's right to remain silent.
Yes, please.
Is this going to be a one-day trial? They seem like they're already talking jury instructions. Could be fun for a one-day trial. And Little D will be our court reporter today.
We're ready when you're ready.
No, she won't. I'm just making fun. Someone is having a good day. A 3-day trial, but they're already talking instruction, and it sounded like they were going to take a witness out of order. So, but I know that they had an argument about some text messages that allegedly showed him.
One call.
Every time I try to speed it up, she starts talking. I should have to shut up, woman.
Motion eliminating hearing that during the 911 call, Collin asked to be taken to the back, so he was not in here while listening. He would prefer that again. I don't know if that's logistically possible.
It is. It's his right to waive, to be present. Does the state have any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
I need to inquire of your client.
Right,
Is that
yeah.
being played today?
I don't know.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Griffith, would you raise your right hand?
Hey, Joe.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your
You heard what your lawyer just said.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
I recall that during the hearing regarding the 911 call that was placed in this case, that you asked to be excused from the courtroom. And is that your desire when it's played during the trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you have the absolute right to be present for the entirety of these proceedings, including the presentation and publication of evidence before the jury. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had an opportunity at some point in the past to listen to that recording?
No, Your Honor, but I don't have the right.
You
I
understand?
think she said in the beginning when she started talking something about the verdict in Oklahoma. So that's probably what she was raising where the audio cut in. So I don't think they will be allowed to talk about the unaliving of his dad, but talking about unaliving. Hey, Jamie. Brandon
Morning.
is looking for a phone number to you.
What is a phone? I don't know what a phone is.
I told you that every
He'll
time
have to write a letter with a pen and he needs to write me a letter and send it via snail mail. I'll get right to it.
And when we're saying snail mail, he has to train a snail to crawl to your address and deliver it.
Pigeon carrier.
Hey, Shizzy Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, he's waiving his right, and they have done it before. Again, it's kind of like Adam Montgomery being allowed not to be in court. I think it's BS. I can understand it if a witness says, I would like not to testify in front of him if it's like a grape case or a DV case or something like that. You can do that in Denmark. Then we'll have to make a ruling, and he can be put in another room where he can listen to everything, because they have to be able to listen to their accuser. But take them out because they don't want to be a part of it.
And you have the right to
But again,
examine
he's
all of the
innocent
evidence the
until
state presented
proven
against you.
guilty.
And you do not wish to do that. And you do not wish to be present when it's published if it's received in evidence during the trial. You have discussed this with
No,
your
thank
lawyers
you.
thoroughly.
Not thoroughly, but I don't really have any objection. If you have an objection to it, I will accept.
Judge, we have not discussed it, for hours or anything, but we have discussed it multiple times, and Collin has been consistent in his wish to not be present while it is played. I feel confident that he's making an informed decision.
If you have some questions for your
Patrick
lawyer or
W.
some
for
additional
gifting
concerns
Abnormate
about whether or not you should be present when it's
membership.
published, I'll give you that time right now.
Do you want to go into that?
All right. Did you let Mr. Hertel know just to hold him in the hallway for just a moment?
Or if it's wait for the break, the
All
break,
right. That's a
do
good
that.
idea.
Yeah.
No, don't hold him. We'll handle it after the break. But we do need to talk about at that time where he's going to go.
Right.
Because
I will speak with,
I don't know if you want the jury to see him going back through the holding cell doors, but
yeah, and I don't know that I like that or not. We'll have to talk about that a little bit more.
all right, we're good, Mr. Hertel.
All right, please.
Did he just ask to approach?
I don't know. Hi, Vince.
I just don't like cheesecake. I don't like cheesecake. It's a horrible invention, and I think America invented it because they probably went too far west and, oh, this is bleak. Let's make a cake that can make it feel less bleak.
Please be seated. Good morning. Welcome back. Again, my humblest thanks for your continued service in this case. You have been selected and sworn to try the case of the state of Florida versus Collin Griffith. This is a criminal case. Collin Griffith, the defendant, has been accused of the crimes of first-degree murder and kidnapping. The definition of these crimes will be explained to you later. I want to remind you, you must decide this case based on the evidence presented and the law that I give to you. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else that I tell you to consider as evidence. The state's charging document, the indictment that I read to you during jury selection, I want to remind you, is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as any
I think the judge said we can do it later. I'm not sure.
proof of guilt. Remember that it is my responsibility to decide which laws apply to this case and to explain those laws to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its accusations against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt in accord with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Now, before we go any further, it might be helpful if you understand just a little bit about how a trial is conducted. At the beginning, the attorneys will have the opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. However, what the attorneys say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined or questioned and cross-examined. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. Following the presentation of evidence, the attorneys will have the opportunity, again if they wish, to make a closing argument. And following those arguments, I will instruct you upon the law applicable to this case, and you will then retire to consider your verdict. You must not form any definite or fixed opinions about the merits of this case until you have heard all of the evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law. Until that time, remember, you must not discuss this case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. Jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own. That includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to the case or the people and places involved with it. You must not visit any of the places mentioned during the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Remember, if you were to investigate, research, or make inquiry on your own outside the courtroom, I have no way to ensure that what you are doing is proper and relevant to the case. The parties likewise do not have the opportunity to dispute the accuracy of anything that you may find, to provide rebuttal evidence to it, or to make argument with respect to that evidence. Non-court inquiries, investigations, and communications unfairly and unlawfully deny the rights our judicial system promises. Now, remember as well, this prohibition regarding communication would include communication with anyone, whether that's close family, friends, employers, neighbors, and each other. No communication means no in-person communication, telephonic, electronic, such as emailing, text messaging, or posting information on an internet website or social media application, or any other form of communication. As I've mentioned during the trial, we will be taking recesses, and you are permitted to go about your personal affairs during those times. However, it is important to remember that the prohibition on communications applies to the case during these recesses. That's whether you're in the courthouse or anywhere else. If at any time you find yourself in a situation where others are discussing the case in your presence, leave that situation immediately, and at the first opportunity, report it to me by writing it down, giving it to a bailiff, and otherwise keeping it to yourself. As I mentioned, all cell phones, computers, tablets, and other devices must be turned completely off when you are in the courtroom. You may use these devices during the recesses, but even then, remember, you may not use them to gather any information related to the case or to communicate with anyone. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of each other. Each of you has a right to privacy. We don't want that jeopardized by someone taking pictures or making recordings. I want to remind you that a violation of these rules related to communications and outside investigation, violations, I should say, come with serious consequences, including contempt of court, which is punishable by jail and fines. Also, remember, a violation would very likely result in a mistrial, meaning I would send everybody on their way and we'd start all over from square one. That's an expensive proposition for the court, the lawyers, litigants, witnesses, court personnel, your fellow jurors, and the community of taxpayers who foot a major portion of this very public expense. Now, the attorneys are all trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure. It is their obligation to make all objections that they feel are proper. Now, when an objection is made, you must not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. With respect to objections and other legal matters that will arise during the trial, it will be necessary from time to time.
And we're caught up.
That I confer with the attorneys outside your hearing. I attempt to minimize the inconvenience to you and having to get up and go back to the jury room by conducting as many conferences as possible out in the hallway with the court reporter, the attorneys, and the defendant, who will have a headset here in the courtroom, and one of his lawyers with him will be out there discussing those matters outside your hearing. You might have heard such conferences referred to as sidebars. Many conferences can be handled in that fashion. However,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had him at 2 point, and I thought, oh, finally he's speaking in a pretty decent pace, and then we went down here.
I assure you, there will be times where the arguments I need to consider are more extensive and not properly received here, or in the hallway, I should say, with you waiting here in the courtroom. So you will be asked to step into the jury room from time to time. No matter where that conference is held, you must not speculate on what we are discussing during any of those times. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so, but you are not obligated to take notes. That's up to you. If you decide to take notes, don't get so involved in that process that you become distracted from what is occurring in the courtroom. Among the many things I will be telling you about how to weigh and consider the evidence, one thing I will tell you is that you should consider not only what the witnesses say, but how they act. You can imagine if you're looking down most of the time taking notes, you might miss some important nonverbal information coming from the witness stand. Also, do not be influenced in any way by the fact that I will be taking notes throughout the trial. I do not do that because I think this, that, or the other thing is critical to your determination.
Sorry.
I do it simply to save us time later in the case in the event there is a dispute as to what occurred earlier. If I did not have detailed notes, I would have to ask the court reporter to hunt through her stenographic record, find what I'm looking for, and read it back to me outside your presence. She is eminently capable of doing that, but it is quite taxing for her and time-consuming for all of us. So that's the only reason you'll see me taking notes. If you do take notes, whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of any other juror. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's individual memory of the evidence. Mr. Levine, does the state wish to give an opening statement?
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Jamie, it's hump day, hooray. Let's just forget about work and... nope.
It was a Sunday evening, September 8th of last year
Thanks, Matt.
in Auburndale, Florida. And it was at that time that the defendant viciously and savagely unleashed his full fury and hatred towards his mother upon her. When he stabbed her with such force that the knife went shooting through her neck muscles, through her esophagus, through her trachea, through her thyroid cartilage, and shot out the other side of her neck. You will hear and see that as this happened, she began to bleed and bleed profusely through the huge gash in her neck. While she bled, the defendant was there and watched as the blood came out of the huge hole in her neck. You're going to hear that he was there as he watched the blood and the life drain from her body until she took her final breath and was officially dead. You're also going to hear that this was exactly what the defendant meant to do, and that this is exactly what the defendant had thought about doing and had wanted to do for quite some time. So much so that he told multiple people, including multiple Charlotte County Sheriff's Office deputies and his own grandfather, the father of the defendant's mother, Kathy Griffith. His name's Robert Willantis. You're going to hear from him. He'll fly in from New Mexico and he'll tell you.
Thank you so much, Betsy Weingartner. And as a kid who was born with a head the size of a real football, not American football, I appreciate I can feel that feeling again.
About those haunting statements that the defendant made. And you're going to see that exactly what the defendant said he wanted to do and said that he would do, he accomplished on the night of September 8th of last year.
That was ruled not possible to prove it wasn't self-defense is how I think they worded it. This is mom.
But how did Kathy Griffith get there bleeding out on her mother's kitchen floor? In order to understand that, we're going to have to take a step back and take a walk through some time. So you're going to see, of course, not just what happened on and around September 7th and September 8th, some of the critical time leading up to the murder, but you're also going to see and hear how this all began. Now, we're going to take a trip back to February 14th of 2023, the year prior to the defendant killing his mom.
Oh, they can't get into it.
At that time, the defendant lived in Oklahoma. And you're going to hear on February 14th of 2023, the defendant killed somebody else when he shot that person 2 times. He shot that person in the chest, and he shot that person in the head. You're going to hear that it was undisputed that he shot that person, that he was arrested for that killing, and that he has not been charged to this date. Now, after that killing, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant, as a little bit of time progressed, he moved back to Florida. He had been living with his dad for a number of years in Oklahoma, approximately 3 years or so. While he was living in Oklahoma with his dad, his mom lived in Florida in some different places, but including Port Charlotte most recently. And you're going to hear that while the defendant lived with his dad, the mom, as any mom would, greatly missed her son. And she didn't get an opportunity for different reasons, including a very controlling dad that the defendant was living with. So Kathy Griffith basically didn't have much contact with her son, not because she didn't want to, but she would try to call him and talk to him, and it pained her greatly that her son was not with her. You're going to hear that there's another brother, an older brother. He really doesn't have much to do with this case, but nonetheless, there was an older brother who lived with his mom, Kathy, for a period of time before he moved out of the house when he was old enough. So as the defendant moves to Florida, his mom wanted to make up for lost time. That was 3 years, 3 critical years of her life and his life when they didn't do mother-son things. They didn't spend time together. They didn't have all those opportunities that maybe other kids and other parents had. So Kathy, the defendant's mom, tried to make up for lost time. And she took her son on multiple vacations. They took cruises. They went to Disney World. They traveled out of the country. They went to Washington, D.C. And she spent all her time and affection and money on the defendant. That was her son. And that's who she had missed for all those years. Now, was Kathy Griffith the perfect parent? No. Was she the perfect person? No. But nobody is. But you're going to hear that she gave everything that she had, including her life, to try to take care of the defendant and spend as much time as she could with him, even at the cost of her life, which ultimately is what happened. Now, as the defendant and his mom lived in Charlotte County, in Port Charlotte,
His lawyers forgot to ask for a continuance. Is maybe what you're saying. They didn't opine against a speedy trial, so it's what is it? 5 months it's taken them. So that's why I'm thinking they can't have tons of evidence we have to go through.
they lived in a house, a well-kept house. It was the 2 of them.
Roughly a year.
And they did plenty of things together. Like I said, they went on vacations. They went to the movies. They hung out. It was just the 2 of them. So they had nothing but basically one-on-one time. And you're going to hear that Kathy Griffith, like any mom, expected certain things. These weren't off-the-wall, dictator-like things. These were simple things that she thought would be appropriate to teach her son about responsibility and respect. Chores, minimal chores, such as weed whack in the backyard, taking trash and food or candy out of his room, helping her around the house with whatever little odd jobs might happen. But you're going to see and hear the defendant wanted nothing of that. He didn't want to be inconvenienced. He didn't respect his
He's
mom. He didn't
17
care
now.
about
I
his
don't know
mom.
if he was 16.
And
at
wherever
the
this
time.
deep-seated anger and hatred came from, it was real within him. And he told people about it. So as the days turn into weeks and weeks turn into months, his anger, as you'll see, was building and building.
Judge, I'm gonna object to this being argumentative.
As the time went on, you'll see that the mom had to deal with a lot of issues, including being attacked by her own son. You'll hear a little bit about the defendant being arrested at a certain point for domestic violence battery. He was a juvenile, as he still is a juvenile. And you'll hear that he was put on some probation. But in essence, he was not happy with his mom. So he took her down on the ground and stomped on her hand. But they continue to live together. The mom, you'll hear, was afraid of the defendant and what ultimately might happen to her. And she was afraid he would kill her. But she loved him. And you're going to hear that she wanted to be with him. And she was cognizant of the fact that when he turned 18, he was probably going to leave the house. And that would, for all intents and purposes, end that one-on-one time. And he would continue on with his life however he saw fit. So it wasn't like every day was chaos or bedlam in the house, but the defendant had issues, the mom had some issues, but they were working through them. Now, sometimes they would go to the movies together, sometimes there would be good days, and you're going to actually get to see kind of like an inside peek of some time on September 7th and September 8th, the day that the defendant killed his mom. You're going to see that in the form of Ring camera footage that Kathy had set up inside because she was so afraid of what her son might do to her. And you're going to see that there was cameras set up in different parts that basically captured the same or similar things, but you're going to get to see some footage from a kitchen camera that captures the kitchen as well as into the living room. So you're not going to have to sit through 48 hours or 72 hours of just nothing happening, but you're going to see some clips so you can kind of tell what the vibe was on those last 2 days of Kathy's life. You're also going to get to be able to see the timeline as it continues. We talked a little bit about jury selection, about a timeline, because nothing happens in a vacuum. So as the defendant's living with his mom, he starts making these statements that he wants to kill his mom, and that if he has to go back to his mom, he's going to kill her or do her harm or do himself harm. And he tries to make accusations against his mom that you'll see she was never arrested for anything as it pertains to the defendant. But nonetheless, he starts telling detectives, he starts telling deputies. And so the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office has different units, as does a lot of law enforcement agencies. And you'll hear that they took a proactive approach because they didn't want to see anything bad happen to the defendant, and they didn't want to see anything bad happen to the mom. So you'll hear that there were multiple deputies and detectives that would check in on the family, would check in on mom, would check in on the defendant. And their goal was to try to ensure that both parties got along and that, of course, they lived long, happy lives together. It didn't work out that way, not from a lack of their trying. So as the year continues, the defendant, as I mentioned, got arrested for the domestic violence battery. He got Baker acted a time or two. And when he would be about to be released, he would make statements.
Baker acted isn't named after me, but it's when you're held on psychiatric watch. And yes, his lean back is really killing my back just looking at it. It's weird how you just sit here and feel, oh, it must be so horrible. That's and no, I know I can't go to Florida, and there's reasons why. Most of them are criminal, but Baker Act isn't named after me. And it didn't have anything to do when me and Emily D. Baker got a divorce.
Basically, he would say he didn't want to go with his mom. if he went with his mom, he was afraid of what might happen, of his anger, that he would kill his mom. He also made statements that he was afraid that she would do something to him. But the reoccurring theme that you will hear from the witnesses from the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office is that the defendant verbalized what he ultimately did, which is that he would kill his mom. You'll hear from one or more deputies that even asked him, well, how are you going to do that? And he specifically mentioned, sometimes he would mention different things like shoot or stab, but a reoccurring theme was he would mention that he would stab his mom. So the intervention continued with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office. They would talk to both Kathy on the phone, the defendant on the phone. They were accessible. They would call and check in. They would stop by the house and talk. And the defendant and his mom independently, they had the ability to call the deputies and the detectives as well. Now, 2024, around February 19th or so, around that time, or perhaps a little bit earlier, the defendant sent a text message. He had many communications with an attorney that was
I'm going to object based on we don't know if this is going to be admissible.
Approach.
Approach. Maybe he needs to invest in a belt like this one. Maybe that could support him a bit.
Yeah, he needs a little back support thing.
He's really and I'm actually looking at buying a belt like that for lifting, but you can get some like corset belts that you can tighten up. I was recommended because when my back goes, my abs go a lot of the time because they take a lot of the strain. So I was actually back right after I had my operation. They said probably could be a good idea to have a support belt. So you actually don't go and do all the either hunch up or do the pelvic thrust.
It looks like he has like the scoliosis in the front of it or the top of his back because it's all curved.
Yeah. I just know it hurts me to look at.
I know. It's making me want to like check my posture.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good because a lot of the times, if your back muscles, you'll hurt your ab muscles because they'll have to, core muscles because they'll have to do all the heavy lifting, and you'll just get even worse. Yeah, it's I have the up and down table as well, because sitting here for this many hours is sometimes a little painful. Oh, maybe that helps with back pain too. It's funny, you never know what's going to help.
Continue, Mr. William. Thank you.
No, he's 17. 17. Unalived his mom. Last year, I don't know if he had a birthday, so I think he was 17 when he did it.
Ladies and gentlemen, continuing on to some of the statements that the defendant made that explicitly forecasted what he did on September 8th of 2024. I mentioned the name Robert Willantis. Robert Willantis, as you'll hear, was Kathy Griffith's father. He's the maternal grandfather of the defendant. You're going to hear that Robert Wolantis, of course, had a relationship with his grandson, loved his grandson, cared about his grandson, and still does. And the defendant told him something that was super, super disturbing, to say the least. You will hear from Robert Wolantis that the defendant said to him that he wanted to kill his mom and how he was going to do it. And the defendant said, more than anything else, I want to slit her throat and feel her bleed out and feel the life leave her body. That's how much I hate her. You're going to hear that Mr. Wolantis.
That's amazing, Jamie. That's word for word what you have said about me multiple times.
Yeah.
Every time I get into a group chat, that's what, oh, Jamie just told, I hate him. I want to feel his blood leaving his body. It's amazing. Yeah, let's put it on a Hallmark card. Maybe we can get Jemima to put that on a sticker.
Needless to say, was absolutely shocked. And he told his grandson, that's sick, that's twisted, you can't do that. You know, you and your mom have issues and you're going to need to work through those issues. September 7th of last year. The morning started with Kathy buying her son, or letting him use her credit card to buy Starbucks. Bought a couple drinks, a breakfast sandwich, and the defendant came home. And this is going to be some of the ring footage that you see. So you'll be able to see some of these interactions. And you're going to see the mom and the son and some about how they're talking to each other and kind of what happened that day. The mom had minimal requests of the defendant. On that specific day, she wanted her son to help her put up a bookshelf. The defendant didn't want to be bothered. The mom wanted her son to weed whack the backyard. The defendant didn't want to be bothered.
Well, he did whack
The
someone.
mom wanted her son to clean up the food and the candy that was in his room, attracting ants, but the son didn't want to be bothered. You'll see that he had his Starbucks, he had his sandwich, he wanted to do what he wanted to do, which was he wanted to take a walk, get out of the house and exercise.
Jamie will be in Denmark in March.
So the end of the day, or sometime during the day, the end result is...
By the way, something is going on in the Courtroom room. Apparently, the alternates want to deliberate, and they want to have a mercy hearing or mini mercy trial or something. Marissa is trying to figure out what that is, if that's some West Virginia thing. So they want to have the guilt phase, then a mercy phase, and then the sentencing phase or something. It's a little weird, but Marissa is on top of it.
Is that the mom got fed up with him. Kathy was sick and tired of being disrespected, sick and tired of doing everything for her son, and basically told him, get out until you can show me some respect. Well, the defendant had no problem with that because he just wanted to do what he wanted to do when he wanted to do it. So he went to his grandma's house. So that's how the defendant and his mom in Port Charlotte County, how their lives come to Polk County. Because the defendant's grandmother, who is Kathy's mom, her name is Susan Detman. Her and Robert Wolantis used to be married back in the day. She had multiple houses, one in the Keys, one in Auburndale, and perhaps one somewhere else too. So the defendant got in his car. It was a nice Volkswagen black four-door. You'll hear and see that the mom had a white four-door Volkswagen.
4 doors.
And the defendant the defendant drove to his grandma's house in Auburndale. And you'll see and hear at his grandma's house, he didn't have to put up with his mom asking him to do things or to be respectful or to do chores. You also hear that during the relationship between Kathy and her son, she got him video games. She got him a phone. She let him use her credit card to fill up, and use his bank card to fill up gas. She provided food. Of course, she provided shelter, clothes. I mean, the basic necessities, but she did more than that. The defendant you're going to hear and see is a very smart individual.
I think they had a hearing on it Monday. And again, no objection, so appeals can't be used. If you don't object, you allow it.
He was in high school and was, I believe, taking college courses and had an interest in the law. And you're going to see that he was a fairly smart individual, and he would use that knowledge
He was charged, and the charge was later dismissed.
to try to do certain things. So on September 7th, the defendant leaves. The mom is at home, and the mom's angry. She's not happy. Does she want to hurt Collin or kill him or do anything to him? No. She's mad because she knows that her time with her son is slipping away. He's 17 years old by now. Incidentally, he was almost 16 when he killed the individual in Oklahoma. Now he's 17 years old on September 7th and September 8th. So mom is not happy because he's disrespecting her. He's not doing the chores. She's busting her rear end doing everything for this kid who's ungrateful. And she's mad. But nonetheless, she wants him home. She doesn't want him with her mom. She doesn't want him out running the streets or not knowing where he is. So she continually texts him and calls him. Her only desire is to get him home, not to be mad at him or hurt him or ground him. She's willing basically to bend over backwards, as you'll see from the evidence, to just be with him. That's what she wants, is just time with him. You're going to get to see through text messages between her and him, her state of mind and what was going on. And the defendant was basically just blowing her off. He didn't want to be aggravated. But you're going to see kind of the mom was frantic. And once again, frantic in terms of being a mom and wanting to know where her son was and wanting her son back in her house. So she started to give him ultimatums, things that she wasn't going to follow through on. Some of the things. She was hoping not to have to follow through on any of these things. But you're going to see that she was saying, if you don't come home, I'm going to sell your car. If you don't come home, I'm going to cancel your insurance. I'm going to turn off your phone. And she would turn off the phone that she provided for him multiple times. She would turn off his phone. She would take away his computer. All things that she bought. She bought him a computer for school. She bought him a phone because, of course, that's what parents do. And you'll see when you're a child, you can't get a cell phone with AT&T or have an account with AT&T if you're not 18 or older. So he was relying upon his mom, and happy to do so, because she made sure that he had everything that he wanted. So she was saying these things because basically she was hoping that he would be afraid of them and would come home, but he could care less, as you'll see. But then the Oklahoma killing resurfaces. And you're going to see that besides just pure anger and hatred towards his mom, that his motive, an additional motive for killing her, was what she texted him. Because he was concerned that Oklahoma killing was going to come back around. Of course, it was still under investigation and still is, but that was going to be reopened. And you're going to see firsthand why the defendant didn't want that to happen and why that just infuriated him even more towards a mom that he hated and couldn't stand for no good reason.
Rumor has it the mom was going to say it wasn't self-defense with the dad, and that's why he did it. And in the Natalie Cochan case, the alternates is being released right now. I don't know. Apparently, they wanted to be part of it, but they can't. And the mercy hearing, I was looking at West Virginia Code Selection 62-3-15. It kind of looks like a mercy hearing is if you are found guilty, you will have to serve 15 years to be eligible for parole, but a mercy hearing can lower that bar. That's what I read out of the stuff Jemima sent to me.
Why are they talking about all that already?
Marissa says it seems like the defense believes they have lost. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a hearing the other day about Prior Act Acts because the convos about it is on his phone were being allowed in because his mom was the owner of the phone. Yes, Monday they had a hearing allowing the text messages, and the defense wanted to keep them out.
You're going to see firsthand that Kathy texted her son between 12 and 12:29, and he received it. And she texted him, Collin, the recordings of you admitting to killing, and then she stated who it was, and planning the murder. There are 4 different instances from my Ring camera, are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. And mind you, this is the day that he murders her, shortly thereafter. She continues on. Plus, the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud. Chuck is the defendant's father, Kathy's ex-husband. So Kathy continues on. Plus, the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud, where you told your dad you hated me and I was an evil bitch, are being sent too.
Language.
My dad is sending me his recordings of you telling him how you planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, emails, texts, and phone records are all being sent. For the record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them. She continues on. All because you didn't want to help me mount a bookshelf. That took under 30 minutes. Weed eat the backyard and clean your room because bugs were in the candy you had all over. Remember, you chose this. You have 10 minutes to call me and fix this, Collin. When the defendant read that text, his anger level just rose even more. Later that same afternoon, Kathy pressed it even more. And she sent a text to her mom, Susan Detman. And mind you, the location where the defendant had run to was Susan's house, his grandma's house. She was down in the Keys at one of her houses, so Collin had free range of the place. Hey, no rules, nothing to do. He could do whatever he wants to do. Nobody's even there to supervise him. And that's why he would like to go places where there were no supervision. I mean, specifically his grandma's. So Susan was in contact with the defendant because she was driving up from the Keys, and the defendant was staying at the house there. So Kathy texted Susan a similar text message. And she texted her mom, Collin's grandmother, tell Collin the recordings of him admitting to killing, and then she stated who the person was, and planning the murder. There are 4 different instances from my Ring camera, are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. Plus, the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud, where Collin told his dad he hated me and I was an evil bitch, are being sent too. Dad is sending me his recordings of Collin telling him how he planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, emails, texts, and phone records are all being sent. For the record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them, so can Collin's. You're going to see that afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, in an eerie video, Kathy changes her clothes. I mean, you're not going to see her change her clothes, but you're going to see she appears in the exact clothes that her son would kill her in just mere hours later. And you're going to see that she had on some blue jean shorts. She had on a black t-shirt with a coffee motif. And she had a nice leather purse / backpack over her shoulder. And she left the house. And she was not happy. She was not happy at her mom. She was not happy at Collin. But she had one thing that she wanted to accomplish, which was not to do her son any harm, but to get him home so they could continue being mother and son. So she made the drive from Port Charlotte to Polk County. And you're going to hear that at a certain point, she arrived. Sometime in the ballpark of 5 o'clock, shortly before the defendant would murder her. Now, there were 2 ladies across the street in separate houses, but you have the grandmother's house on one side of the street, and then basically the 2 neighbors that lived across the street from the grandma, two nice ladies you'll hear from. But they both kind of independently saw and heard things. And you're going to hear that at around 5 o'clock, and one of the witnesses, I believe it was Miss Sally Bell, she remembers the time frame
It's Miami.
because
They
she
get
was
the good stuff.
about to leave for church.
Florida.
And she and her husband, you'll hear that they always like to leave right around 5 o'clock or touch before 5 in order to get to church and to talk to people and get a seat. So around 5 o'clock, these two ladies, Sally Bell and Nancy Jones, independently, they're just at their houses. They see Kathy and they see the defendant, and they're having an obvious argument. They also see that Kathy is not doing anything violent to the defendant, but she's animated, and the defendant is animated. And then they saw the defendant grab his mom by the hair and start dragging her from the driveway carport into the house. And as that happens, Kathy is telling her son, Collin, stop, let go of me, you're hurting me. And that's the last that those two neighbors saw of Kathy Griffith. That's the last anyone would see of Kathy Griffith alive. You're going to have an opportunity to see crime scene footage and crime scene video, and you're going to see that the violence continued and started on that day when the defendant grabbed his mom by the hair and dragged her into the house as she was saying, let me go, Collin, you're hurting me. You're going to hear and see that this mom was doing nothing violent or physical to her son, who she took care of and loved. But the defendant thought it was all right to grab his mom by the hair and yank her into the house. Well, what happened on the way to the house? Kathy, one of her AirPods falls out and falls in the mulch. The defendant drags her into the house, infuriated. Another earpod falls out of her other ear. You're going to see photos that Kathy would wear AirPods a lot to talk on the phone, listen to music. You're going to hear as he dragged her and was furious. You're going to see her AirPod case falls in the living room as he continues to drag her to the back of the house, letting his anger and rage come out. You're going to see the crime scene of that brutal, vicious, savage killing that I mentioned at the beginning of the opening statement. You're going to see pictures of Kathy who came out of her flip-flops as the defendant was attacking her. You're going to see photographs of a charger that is strewn about on the floor from when the defendant was attacking her. You're going to see that same brown leather backpack / purse that was over her shoulder when the defendant was attacking her came crashing to the ground. And you're going to see that it's got blood all over the place. That when he stabbed her, she was still holding it. There's blood on the outside. There's blood on the inside. There's blood on the front, on the back, on the wallet. And you will see firsthand the carnage that Kathy suffered as she laid in the pool of blood that came out of that deep gash in her neck, compliments of her son, Collin Griffith. When all the evidence is in, ladies and gentlemen, you should come to one conclusion. That being that the just verdict is holding the defendant responsible to what he chose to do on September 8th of 2024. And that just verdict, based upon the evidence that you will see and hear, is that you find the defendant guilty of both first-degree murder and kidnapping for the crimes that he perpetrated on his own mother. Thank you.
Well, he painted a picture. Dude
Yeah.
is a real Miami tourist trap. Cover your drinks. Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah.
How many blue Post-its do you estimate you have? I don't know. 50 maybe? 25, 50? Plus, I don't know. 40, 50? I don't know. This teenager was a tad violent. Well, if he can prove it, yeah, I'll say it's worse than when Jamie tried to unalive Irish.
No. It was just
It
a
ain't
love
hard
tap.
to come out of flip-flops. No, it happens. I grew up in Auburndale, graduated high school at ASH, had my first child there, and still have family there. This is so sad, but typical of this day and age. Oh, I have to say I've never stabulated my mother. Neither have any of my siblings. And to this day, I still don't think my kids have stabulated their mom. Might have been days where they called me, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's probably your screen. How can you have a gut while only weighing 140? I think it's because you just have a weird pelvis bottom. Amazing
weird
estimate.
pelvis.
Jamie, can you estimate the HR Addy? Thank you, Brandon.
Oh.
Does the defense wish to give an opening statement? You may proceed, Ms. Thornhill.
Morning. You're probably expecting me to say something very different from what Mr. Levine presented, and you'd be right. I'm going to start by introducing some of the people that are a part of this family and whom you will hear from. You've heard some of their names already, but I think it's helpful if you know the relationships among them. So first we have Collin Griffith. Obviously, you are aware of him. He's 17 years old. Catherine, or Kathy, as she's known, Kathy Griffith, is Collin's mom. And tragically and sadly, she is no longer with us. Susan Detman is the third main person who is involved in this saga. Susan Detman is Kathy's mom and Collin's grandmother. Christopher Griffith is Collin's older brother, so son of Kathy and of Charles Griffith, who goes by Chuck sometimes. He was
I just checked it, Brandon. I have 270 at least blue ones.
born when Kathy was very, very young. She got pregnant when she was 13. She gave birth at 14. Collin came along a few years later. You've already heard about Robert Willantis. He is Kathy's father and Collin's grandfather. You heard that he lives in New Mexico, and he has for many years. He's sort of removed from the family a little bit. Some other names you may hear are Christy Rooney, who is Kathy's older sister, oldest child of Susan and Chuck. John Paul Willantis, who is the younger brother of Kathy, also the child of Susan and Robert Willantis. Susan is now Detman. Finally,
Detman, not the best last name in a case like this. Just saying. Brandon, I'm just addressing the letter to the mouse ear. The mouse ear, because there's no consonant in the beginning. Please do, Brandon.
Yeah.
I'll pick it up when Valhalla takes me to the mouse ear.
is Nikki Markovich, who is now Susan's husband, and Kevin Markovich, who is the son of Susan and Nikki. So the half brother of Kathy and the half uncle to Collin. Okay. I might should have drawn a family tree, but at any rate, this family, like a lot of families, at times is very close and at times has its issues. You'll hear about these cruises that multiple family members took together, but you'll also hear about estrangements and fights. The common denominator in the estrangements and fights, Kathy Griffith.
Oh, so she did it to herself.
She is the person who is periodically, or for really long periods of time, estranged from any number of those people that I have mentioned. You heard that she lived separate from Collin for many years. That was after her divorce from Charles Griffith. With Susan, the other main player who you'll hear from, it depended not on the year or the month, depended on the day and sometimes even the minute, whether Kathy was communicating with Susan or whether she was telling Susan she never wanted to hear from her again and that she was dead to Susan, or that Susan was dead to her. Susan was a regular part of Kathy's life because she lived in Florida and close in Florida. Susan periodically stayed in Charlotte County. You heard about some of her other homes. She travels quite a bit, some for work, but for a variety of reasons. But she is the constant in Kathy's life. Always there when Kathy needs something, especially money. Some of the things you heard about that Kathy provided for Collin, according to Mr. Levine, were actually provided by Susan. Susan paid for every single trip they took and that Kathy chose to take. Susan would pay Kathy's phone bill sometimes. At any rate, Susan was the constant. She will tell you about Kathy's personality. She'll tell you about her mental health problems. She'll tell you about Kathy's drinking and misuse of pills. She will tell you about Kathy's threats to commit suicide over the years, but not just threats. She will also tell you about the several attempts Kathy made on her own life. Beyond that, you're going to hear that Kathy not only wanted to cause harm to her own self.
I just hate it when murder cases actually is a self-deletion case and they just blame it on someone else in the house. It's sadly how many cases are. Poor Collin, his mom set him up. And thank you, Gata K, for gifting a Broken Baker membership to Hollymore. And Brandon, I refer you to Jamie. She handles all of the requests for membership chats. You can reach her by snail mail between her office hours of 2 p.m. and 2:01 p.m.
Yeah.
That Kathy has threatened or done harm to other people. You'll hear some of those details about some of the things that she actually did to another person in front of Collin involving weapons. You will hear that she has threatened to kill different people at different times and actually taken steps towards completing that wish.
What do you mean? She
You also
on a
hear
rampage too?
that Kathy is not exactly reliable in what she says. You'll hear this from her own mother, that she makes things up, that she is unpredictable, she is erratic, and goes into rages. As I said before, Kathy has been, or it was still estranged from multiple family members at the time of her death. I won't go into the details now, but you will hear about some of those details as well. So let's go back to September of 2023, now that I've sort of laid the scene. The family went on a cruise in September of 2023. Susan paid for it. It was Susan and Kathy and Collin and Kevin, and I'm not sure if anybody else went or not. Kathy got upset on that cruise. You'll hear that Kathy, according to her own mother, if somebody doesn't do something that she expects them to do, she gets very angry. And in this particular situation, Kevin and his girlfriend was also on the cruise. Were supposed to meet her at 8 o'clock to go to some activity on the cruise. And apparently Kevin and his girlfriend were late, and Kathy got really upset and started saying that they had lied to her and that she was done with them. And she ended up getting her own room for the last night or two of the cruise to be separated from everybody else. You'll hear that as Kathy and Collin were driving home from the cruise, and Kathy's already mad, at least according to Susan, that Kathy was also upset with Collin. You'll hear a variety of things about why she was upset with Collin. You'll hear that she claimed that he was failing a class, and that's why she was mad at him. He wasn't ever failing a class. Every single screenshot on the phone records that show his grades show A's and a B or two. Collin graduated early from high school with college credit. He was not failing. You may hear that Kathy was upset with Collin because he had an appointment set up with, he was dual enrolled too. So he had, high school teachers, but also college professors. She got upset that he said, oh, I have an appointment with one of my teachers or professors. And she was mad that she hadn't been told that in advance. There was a disagreement. So either on the way home or when they get home, you'll hear that Collin told this to police later, by the way, that my mom handed me an envelope and said, here are all the important papers you'll need if I'm gone. Then they are inside the house and Kathy got her gun. The gun that she has owned and lied about whether she had it in her house or not at a variety of times and pointed it at her son and said that she was going to either shoot him or herself or both. And then she handed the gun to Collin and said, just shoot me. She's ordering him around the house. At one point sends him outside and says, when you hear the pop, you can come back in. Makes him sit down outside her bedroom, cross-legged. When he didn't want to sit cross-legged, she said, you're going to sit cross-legged with the gun pointed at him.
If you want to hear that Baker case, Nick Starrow covers it. I think he does it delayed. I was looking at it, but California will be too late for me. Should be for Nick as well, but he's an old man. He doesn't need sleep because ending time in California will be 1 a.m. my time, so it's too late. But I didn't do it. I wasn't there. Little D is my alibi.
While she sits on the bed. At some point, Kathy, I guess, decided
He did move to his grandma's house, and the mom brought him back, I think. But again, I only read the headlines. Collin was given brain to everyone in town. Everyone.
not to go through with whatever her plan was. And in her erratic and unpredictable way, she put the gun away and drove Collin to school. So Collin goes straight to his teacher and says, my mom just pulled a gun on me. She threatened to kill me. She threatened to kill herself. I'm scared. So the teacher immediately goes to the school resource officer and they get the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office involved. Collin repeats to multiple people, his teacher, the SRO, the sheriff's officer, deputy that comes. And they did send someone to Kathy's house because they were doing this investigation. And Kathy won't open the door. She didn't want to speak to the officers. Eventually, they convinced her to speak with them. She said she'd had bad experiences with law enforcement in the past. She finally says, that never happened. Collin's just making it up because he's upset that he was failing a class and I took away his phone and his AirPods because he's failing a class. Okay, so divergent stories, right?
Probably a mouth hug.
Sheriff's deputies go back to Collin at the school and say, your mom says this never happened. She says you're just mad at her and made the whole thing up. And Collin is like, no, it happened. This is what she did to me. She has a gun in the house. They didn't believe him. They believed Kathy. So when he repeats now to DCF staff members who are investigating, and he tells all of these details too, and the DCF worker has access to all of the prior DCF reports that exist from Florida that uniformly talk about Kathy being violent with others, Kathy not being protective of her children, Kathy threatening to or committing violence on other people. Despite all that, they believed Kathy. Collin repeated again and again, I am scared to be with my mom. If she does something to me again, like pull a gun on me, if she attacks me, I will defend myself and I may hurt her. So they put Collin in a Baker Act facility for those statements. Interestingly, Kathy, rather than being relieved that her son, who allegedly threatened to kill her, is in a safe place, does everything she can to not cooperate with the people in the Baker Act facility, the sheriff's deputies, DCF. They insist, because of what happened in Oklahoma, and because of what he said his mom had done to him, and because he said, I don't feel safe going home because I'm afraid of what she might do to me again and what I will do in response, that he was safest in this facility. Kathy won't sign medical release forms so they can get more information about the family. She won't approve any medication for Collin. And then she hires a lawyer to get him released from the facility against all advice. When they were getting ready to release him to Kathy, he says, do not send me home with my mom. I am scared. She threatened me. If she comes at me, I'm going to defend myself. So they put him back in the Baker Act facility. By the way, they find out she does have a gun. Like, she owns the gun. Collin tells DCF, I would rather go into foster care than go back with my mom.
Yes, all of this is happening after. And Zach has 2 New Year's resolutions: stay offline and no more super chats. And you are doing great, Zach. Brain as in head, like a chicken head, i.e. dome.
Oh my lord.
Is he talking about mouth hugs?
Yes.
Thank you, Jamie, for translating Brandonisms.
Because he didn't feel safe with her. Eventually, after you heard about the special unit from Charlotte County Sheriff's Office that got involved with the family, this is when they get involved. And you'll hear about either Corporal or Detective Rentis, he's a male, and Detective Lacey Zanoniani. A lot of times she's referred to as Lacey or Detective Z. But they start getting involved with the family. They're making suggestions to Kathy about how to handle this situation, and she is fighting against them.
They have to trim the beard first because I don't like it where the beard can scratch a bit too much.
In any way she can.
I told Valhalla that.
She eventually Kathy tells Detective Zanonia.
Yeah, this sounds more and more like a self-defense. She came at me with a pew-pew. I had to do it. But he also claims she fell.
That Collin is going to this place called Sandy Pines, and he's going to be there from between 60 and 90 days. They're going to work on a treatment plan for the trauma he has suffered, for the statements he's made. But after 3 days, Kathy checks him out of Sandy Pines against medical advice. There's a family meeting where Kathy admits to pulling a gun on Collin. But everybody in the family says, nope, Collin's going home with mom because mom was insisting on it. It's her way or the highway.
Not dad, someone, not dad. It didn't talk about the dad.
So that happened in September of 2023. Next you'll hear is about the November 2023 incident where Collin ended up getting arrested. What you'll hear is, once again, diverging stories about what happened. On November 12th of 2023, Collin called the sheriff's office. He may have even called Corporal Rentis. Okay, so he is reaching out. He is being forthcoming. He says, my mom and I had a verbal argument. I left the house because I'm scared. She told me that I should just pack my bags and go. Then you'll hear this happens over and over. It's a theme. She will kick him out, but then she'll claim he's a runaway and he must come back. Inconsistent. So he called Rentis and says, I don't feel safe at home because my mom still has her gun and because she's threatened me before, and now we're fighting or arguing. That night, on November 12th, the deputies decide that it's best if Collin go with Susan, his grandmother. Be separate from his mom. which I think you'll hear from the sheriff's deputies is kind of what they think would be best for everyone, is to just not have Collin and his mom living together. But Kathy is insistent that he continue to live with her, despite her knowing what he has said. And remember, he has said, if she attacks me, I will defend myself. If she threatens me, I'm afraid of what might happen.
Maybe.
So Susan picks Collin up on November 12th. She brings him to Auburndale, which is she teaches, and her in-person teaching job is here in Polk County. So that is her main residence, is Polk County. But that's a 55 and older community. You're not supposed to have kids there for very long. You've got Kathy yelling, demanding that Susan bring her son back. You can't steal him from me, even though this is a resolution to the argument that Collin and Kathy had, and that Collin is saying he doesn't feel safe with his mom. At any rate, next day, Susan, who is a trooper, brings Collin back to his mom. Best decision? Probably not, but I don't think you can ever know what other people are going through when you're not going through it yourself. So she brings him back to Kathy, and they're all together in the home. And Susan will tell you quite honestly that she doesn't remember if it was this day or another day, because there were many days like this where she took Collin and then Kathy insisted she bring him back. And then Kathy would go on a tirade against Collin when he came back. It may have happened this day, it may have happened another day, but Susan will tell you that Kathy punished Collin. Because even though sheriff's deputies had mediated this, Susan's going to take him for the night, let everybody cool down, that when Kathy started insisting that Collin come back to her, and he's 16, doesn't have a driver's license, doesn't have a car at this point, and he's with his grandmother. And apparently grandmother, Susan, didn't bring him back quickly enough to Kathy's liking, but Kathy punishes Collin.
Is this she needed a good unaliving defense? Yeah, she had it coming. She did this to herself. Is kind of what I'm hearing from this defense attorney. I think we have seen that in a lot of cases where they try to blame it on the victim, and normally juries don't like it when they accuse the unaliver, but we're going to see some ring video, so maybe we can see ring video of her just going completely cray-cray on him.
Yeah, and apparently the family members say it's true too.
Yeah, they're going to come in and say, well, she was absolutely cray-cray. I'm just normally, again, we've been doing this for 2 years, and in cases like this, taking a crap on the dead person never really seems to be the best tactic. So, as always, this is opening statements. Let's wait. Let's see the receipts. Let's see where they take us. We have gone into cases before and thought this is an open and shut case, and changed our mind.
Yep.
Jamie thought Adam Montgomery was in the running for Dad of the Year.
Oh, God.
Susan will tell you she saw Kathy make him do a whole bunch of push-ups and holding weights above his head.
Yes, he unalived his dad when he was 16 years old. A year before this, he unalived his dad. The case was... They claim that
were dropped.
they claim that charges haven't been brought, but charges have been brought. But they couldn't disprove self-defense, is how I read it. So if he gets convicted in this one, he'll probably be standing trial in Oklahoma as well.
I don't know how they can do that, because if they investigated it, they determined, dropped the charges, then how are they going
Jamie,
to go back and say?
Do you remember the last week we've been covering the Natalie Cochan? That charges was dropped in that one as well. No, she was not over 65 because she was 13 when she got pregnant. So she must have been around 30, 31 years old, if I math correctly. MG will do the mathing for me. But if he's 16 and she got pregnant, no, that was with his big brother. So she has been middle 30s, maybe.
And then she whipped him with a belt in front of Susan. And Susan said, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's going too far. And Kathy says, no, it's not, because Corporal Rentis said I can discipline him any way I want. Which isn't true, by the way. But so Susan, the walking on eggshells that she.
I read the newspapers. Dad 16. I thought mom 17, but they just said 16 with the mom. So he must have had his birthday, and then he did it within a year. And you're saying young people are lazy these days, but maybe he was 15, 16, and now he's 17. I don't know, but still, he did it in 23, 24, and now he's standing trial. Open and shut like a chicken head. Garden tools aren't loyal. As always, Brandon is right.
Has done for years with Kathy, can't do much about it, she feels. Later that same day as they're eating, Kathy is, these are Susan's words, reading Collin the Riot Act about this is how it's going to be. This is what you're going to do. You have to listen to everything I say because Corporal Rentis says it's okay. Susan thought she was being way too harsh. And I realized parents differ in how they treat kids. That's fine. And Collin did stand up and say, let's just do this. Now, Collin told the police, because they did get him.
I said, you are right, as always, Brandon.
This is when he got arrested, that his mom kept telling him to shut up, and he wouldn't shut up. And you'll see some examples of that on the Ring video. Collin would talk back. Best decision? Obviously not. But he says that when he wouldn't shut up, his mom hit him in the face, punched him in the face. So he grabbed her and did a wrestling move where he basically flung her to the ground. He fully admits that. He says that while he was doing that, he kneed her in the stomach. Okay? He never denied doing that. At any rate, Susan says when he stood up and said, let's do this, she went to get her phone to call Rentis to try and mediate. And next thing she knew, they were both on the ground. She didn't see Kathy punch him, but she also said it's entirely possible it happened based on her knowledge of her daughter and how she behaves. So after she's on the ground, they're both on the ground, Collin gets up and leaves the house. Calls the police. That's how the police get involved. Collin calls them. And you'll see some of the Ring video, or not Ring video, body-worn camera footage from that night with Collin talking to the officers, being very forthcoming. The officers spent a lot of time talking to all three people. Collin ends up getting arrested for domestic violence battery. Kathy denies she ever put her hands on him. He is put in jail that night. And the next morning, when he's getting ready to be released from the juvenile detention center, they say, okay, get in the car with your mom, because mom's there to pick him up. And Collin says, don't make me get in the car with her. If she attacks me, I'm afraid of what will happen. If she comes at me again, I'm going to defend myself.
He actually told the cops, I'm not psychotic. So, yeah. They needed inside cameras. Can he get his Google Gadgets recordings? They do have inside, I think, but yeah. Gonna have to bust out the Ricatorans. Oh my. Jury is back. Oh, no.
Don't listen to him.
This is the family tree as I have kind of. You have Collin and an older brother, mom and dad who's dead. Then you have Susan. Susan is mom's mom. And the aunt and uncle is the mom's brother and sister. That's... Look, Jamie.
Yeah.
It's because they're dead.
Little skull and bones.
Law enforcement officer at the juvenile jail basically says, I don't like your attitude. Get in the car with your mom.
Off the screen.
So Collin gets in the car with his mom, goes home, and she immediately starts making him do standing marches with weights above his head. And you'll see that on body-worn camera footage, because while the personnel at the jail forced Collin to get in the car with his mom, even though he said he didn't feel safe with her, they did call the sheriff's office and say, by the way, I had a kid that said he might kill his mom, which is not what happened. Well, I wasn't concerned enough about it to not let him get in the car with his mom, but I'm calling you. Can you guys go check? So all these sheriff's deputies troop up to the house. Kathy opens the door, come in, and you see Collin doing this with weights above his head. And the officers separate them and speak with each one. Kathy's saying, he beat the shit out of me last night. This is his form of discipline. He's been doing it since he got home from the jail. Collin is outside talking to the detectives, once again, being very forthcoming. He says, my mom thinks I'm going to hurt her, that I want to hurt her. I don't want to hurt her. But if she comes at me, I'm going to defend myself. Guess what happened that day? Collin gets Baker acted again. So, Collin's back in a psychiatric facility for the statements that he made about, I don't feel safe with my mom. If she comes at me, I'm afraid I'll do her harm. Meanwhile, Kathy is calling Corporal Rentis and Detective Zanoniani, all upset that Collin got taken away from her. And then she starts making suicidal statements to them. So they send other deputies to the house, and Kathy gets Baker acted for threatening suicide. So all is not well at home, clearly. After Collin was arrested for domestic violence battery, Susan, his grandmother, hired him a lawyer named Jeff Rapkin down in Charlotte County to represent him in those criminal charges. Kathy is back and forth about what she wants to happen. Sometimes she wants the charges dropped. Sometimes she wants Collin to get diversion. Sometimes she wants him to, get the books thrown at him. Jeff Rapkin realizes that this is not a good situation. So he crafted what's called a 751 agreement. And this is an agreement between Kathy and Susan that allows for concurrent custody of Collin. And you'll see the legal paperwork. It was signed and notarized by Kathy and Susan and Mr. Rapkin. It was filed with the courts. The court ordered this concurrent custody agreement, meaning that Collin could be with either Susan or Kathy. Each one of them could make medical decisions for him. Each one of them could enroll him in school, that they had equal authority over Collin. And the idea was to kind of give everybody a break and respite. Kathy sometimes misinterprets that concurrent custody agreement. You'll see in some of her text messages or hear her on Ring video leaving messages for other people or talking to them. The agreement says that you can only have him if I'm mentally incapable of taking care of him or if I'm physically incapacitated, which is not true. You'll see the paperwork. At any rate, she has this very ambivalent, is a very tame term, very ambivalent feelings about whether Collin should be with her or not with her.
It's only been half an hour.
And over the next few months, so December 2023.
My existence, while grotesque and incomprehensible to you, create live streams. You don't want to super chat because you can't handle the super chats. Who is going to send them? You, Zach, Valhalla. Did you order the code red, Brandon? Did you order the code red? I feel we need this.
Honey, I'm taking you to Paris and I'm going to get you a Louis Vuitton bag for God only knows how many thousands of dollars because we have somebody else's money to live high on a hog. Right? He's not.
To live high.
Into the first few months of 2024, there is a lot of back and forth, meaning Collin goes between Susan and his mom. Meanwhile, he's still going to school and everything and keeping up his grades. You'll hear from Susan that Kathy would alternately kick him out again, say, get out of here, I don't want you here anymore, and then demand that he come back, even when he didn't want to. Several calls over the months from a variety of people, from Susan, from other family members, from Jeff Rapkin, saying that Kathy is suicidal. She has a gun in the house. She's threatening to kill herself. She actually does overdose a time or two. So that's what's going on in those months. In February, and it's going to be unclear exactly how all this occurs, but DCF gets involved again. Collin repeats that.
I'm sorry, I'm completely toned out by her. There's so
There's
many
just-
names. There's so many
Yeah.
times where they are going in and out of hospitals. There's so many threats. I don't know. Is it just me, or is she just? It's going on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
I mean, they're going to bring up a case. You don't need to tell like, this is the Lally thing where you're explaining all these people, every circumstance that happened, every little thing that happened, all these people's names you don't know yet. It's like, we don't need all this.
Yeah, who's taking notes? I couldn't even remember how many aunts there were.
Yeah.
You don't want to send chats because deep down in places you don't talk about at parties, you want me on this keyboard. You need me on this keyboard, except for Marissa, but she's meaner than Jamie. No lies detected, Brandon. Great
He doesn't
movie,
feel
by the
safe
way.
at home with his mother. This is, after the suicide attempts and
Never had mouth
big
to
wrecks for
red.
Kathy. He tells them, I'd rather be in DCF custody. I'd rather be in foster care. I'd rather be anywhere but at home with mom. I'm scared. Said, Mom kicked me out. Can I go to your house? She said, sure. She says, I'm in the Keys right now, but I'll be there tomorrow.
Seems like
Okay,
it,
so
yes.
it wasn't like he was secretly going to this place where he can have a rager. This is something that has happened multiple times. So he drives to Polk County, and you'll hear from the neighbors that his car got there on Saturday and did not
You just said he didn't have a car.
move. So, meanwhile, Kathy is getting worked up, to say the least, angry. I think one detective may describe her as manic. She starts in the early morning hours of Sunday the 8th making repeated calls to Susan and to Collin, and will beg, plead, yell, cuss, call people names. She calls her mom a fucking moron. She is all over the place.
Little D, can you drive to this courtroom and tell them this is a good Christian channel? We have heard a lot of words we shouldn't be listening to with especially Jamie. She has some sensitive ears when it comes to all these cuss words. I have neither the time nor the inclination to explain myself to people who rise and sleep under the freedom blanket these chats provide. I'd prefer you say thank you and be on your way. Thank you, Brandon.
Insisting that
I'll
Collin
be on my
come
way
back
to
home.
the party.
Yeah.
But at the same time, she'd say, I reported the car stolen because the car is not in your name. It's in both our names, and you're not allowed to drive that car. But you better get in that car and come right back home. But wait, I took money out of your bank account, so you can't even afford to put gas in it, but you better come back home. Get in that car and come back home. I'm going to sell the car. I sold the car. I'm already up in Auburndale. I found a buyer whose aunt lives in that community and who gave me the gate code so I could come into the neighborhood in Auburndale, and I couldn't see the car at Susan's house. You're in big trouble because I already sold that car. She was nowhere near Auburndale. You'll see the ring video. She was at her home. But she made up this elaborate story about having gone to Auburndale, gotten the gate code from the buyer's aunt, and going in and not seeing the car when the neighbors were like, the car never left. She is doing everything she can to get Collin to come home. She calls law enforcement, Detective Zanoniani and Corporal Rentis. There's no secret that Collin is in Auburndale and that his grandmother has okayed it. It's okay with his probation officer. Everybody tells Kathy, let him stay in Auburndale. Let him stay in Auburndale. Let him stay in Auburndale. Kathy claims on one of her phone calls that the police gave her 24 hours of Collin being gone until she was going to get in trouble for him being a runaway. No. You'll read her texts. You'll listen to her messages. Despite everyone telling her, let Collin stay in Auburndale, she wasn't having it. She was the one who was angry. You'll hear Collin's voice when she says, "Are you coming home or not?" No. Which is what law enforcement, Susan, everybody recommended, is that he don't go home. She went to him. She went to where he was safe. And the neighbors that you heard about will tell you that she came in hot and angry, that she sped into this quiet 55 and older community, whipped her car into the driveway, whipped it back out, pulled in front of the house, got out, slammed the door, and marched up to the carport door. Collin was never in the yard where her earbud was. She went up to the house and went in the house, angry. Within a few minutes, Kathy comes back out of the house, unlocks Collin's car, and starts throwing all of his stuff into it. And then after she's done throwing his stuff into it, you'll hear the neighbors say that she was yelling and shaking her fist, and it looked like she was the one who was being aggressive, and that Collin was standing in the doorway. So there's a door that goes into the living room and out to the carport, and that he was standing in the doorway. And when she comes up and you'll hear varying terms. You'll hear that he put his hand on her shoulder by where her ponytail was and kind of brought her inside. I don't know that you'll hear a neighbor say that he dragged her from the yard by her ponytail, by her hair. They will say that they heard her yelling. You can evaluate whether you think Collin was doing anything at that point to harm her. That's going to be part of your decision. Or if you think he was trying to avoid her making a scene in the community where teenagers aren't supposed to be living, you'll hear from the neighbors that they had seen Collin there before. He was never a problem. He would visit Susan because, like I said, he went back and forth, but they had never seen Kathy there before, ever. So Kathy and Collin go back into the house, and it's about an hour later that Collin calls 911, crying, upset, saying, "We got in a long fight. My mother's bleeding out. Please send someone right away." The 911 operator explains how to do CPR, tells him to move her, to lay her on her back, to be able to do CPR. You'll hear him doing CPR on her while counting with the 911 operator. And intermittently, he'll say, "Just send someone. She's not bleeding anymore." And when first responders get there, she was already dead. What you're going to have to decide.
I know he apparently did all of it, but and those are the big ones. But that house has. We will probably not see those crime scene photos because there's going to be a ton of blood then.
Yeah.
If she stopped bleeding. But if he's doing CPR, he should be pushing out the blood of her body. So it's going to be a heck. Marissa, if you don't like it, I suggest you pick up a checkbook and stand Stand-up post, Brandon 2025, Supermod, fake mod, Marissa. I'm just reading it, Marissa. Don't come at me, bro.
At the end of all this, and by the way, Collin has wounds too, is whether the state has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that what they claim happened, that Collin somehow planned this, he's been plotting it for months, that he murdered and dragged his mom into the house that she went to where he was safe to kill her, or whether what Collin had been saying he was afraid would happen and that had happened in the past actually was what occurred. That his mom came to him, went into the house where he was safe, and attacked him, and he had to defend himself. And that he is not guilty of the murder or the kidnapping of his mother.
Thank you, Ms. Norman. All right, folks, it's almost 10:30. We'll take our mid-morning recess of about 15 minutes. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or look anything up. Please leave your notepads in the chairs.
All rise, please.
The Judge Bev case is a lady who apparently unalived her husband by making him so agitated he had a heart attack. That's a
May I be seated?
what the hell?
Anything before the recess?
No, Your Honor, it's possible that maybe the first witness, forensic investigator Laura Ellis, that might take us up to the lunch break, just as a little bit of heads up.
So we don't need to talk about the 911 call right now, or
No, I'd like to talk with her about in the back for a minute, if that's okay.
that's fine. All right, we'll get in recess.
And the reason I'm not doing the on the Bev case is because it's only streamed on court TVs. I think it's only streamed on court TVs. And this is more interesting because a lady who's getting done for murder because her husband got a heart attack. Interesting, but still. And it's a bench trial. But if it's anything good, I am maybe trying to do a Sunday rundown on some cases I've missed. So maybe we can look at it there. But this one, I want to find out who was the craziest person in the room. It seems like everyone was very crazy. And no news out of the Natalie Cochan case.
Still deliberating.
Eminem defense. She tripped, fell, landed on his stick. Yes, his stapulating implement is because she was cray-cray and she wanted to do it. Yeah. Yeah, she got over the stapulation very fast. I'd never go look at it beforehand because I want to see what's provided in court. I see a lot of people over on Lawn and Crim who's watching the verdict watch on the Natalie Cochan, and they are doing the thing that we shouldn't be doing, sitting there saying, well, I saw the statements in the financial case, not brought into court, has nothing to do with it. So we like to do it by what we see. Yes, please get me to at least keep me over 12,800. I always keep dipping under. Is that the Penny McGee case? It's some socialite whose husband got a heart attack. Oh, there's a Yankee Candle. Oh my. Verdict clock at 53 minutes. Yeah, that's the only reason I wanted to do it, because again, they got in a fight and he got a heart attack. How can you blame someone for murder for that one? Yeah, I know they apparently wanted to fight each other. Open your mail. Yes, mail time. Sorry, I will. Because I have been so lucky that Jemima have sent me a package. Jamie, I'm going to go full screen.
Okay.
I'm going to use my stapulator. Yeah. I'm going to treat you like you lived in Florida. Got to put this away because that got a name on it. Let's see what's in here. No rattling, so it doesn't seem like there's a rattlesnake. Oh, some nerds. We can actually get them in a shop it's called normal. My daughter was really addicted to those when she was pregnant. She got a hankering for sour candy. Oh, a little Swasher envelope. Saying happy birthday. Oh, look, a little cupcake. I hope Google didn't get happy birthday wrong, and this is actually what the front says. Happy birthday, and I hope it was a wonderful day. Enjoy the stickers. I look forward to hopefully many more years of friendship. Oh, thank you, Joanna.
Aww.
Jamie didn't get me anything. What is this? Oh, a little cupcake plushie.
Look at that.
Can it stand by itself? It can. It's going on the shelf. Warhead. I don't know what this is. It looks sour.
Well, those are like super sour.
Some ooze sticks. I hope it's not like pixie sticks. I don't like pixie sticks. And some milk duds. Num.
Oh, milk duds are so good.
And 2 grifter hats. Be back in my street gang days. Oh, this is so cool. Jamie, that diet, I'm always talking about. Ain't gonna
Yeah.
happen. Some Reese's Take 5.
Oh my God, my favorite.
Pretzel caramel peanut butter and chocolate bar.
Yeah.
Oh, how cool. Her stickers that she gave away yesterday for bingo.
Aww.
And some shoelaces saying shoelace of justice. So this is for
Shoelaces of justice.
remember to take them off me if I'm going to prison. So cool. I'm so lucky, Jamie.
You are. Such good people.
Swasher stickers. Oh, and they can fit on the back of my microphone. Coolio. Now I have something to put put in my when I send gifts away from my giveaways. And
Yeah.
we saw this one yesterday, the swear jar sticker. The Molly approved sticker. And the No Drama Llama Bakari says, no drama. I think that's all we have in this one. And last but certainly absolutely not least, some more warheads. Thank you so much, Jemima. Oh, I'm so lucky. No, Molly is at home with her parents. Oi, mateys, just bouncing around my neighbor's dig. I have a great Australian accent, Jamie. How cool it is.
That was the best.
I am actually the best. No, Jemima is the best. She sent me all these nice gifts. It's so cool. Sway sure. Thank you so very much for the birthdays gifts. I will. I don't know what you call these in America. We call them trucker hats in Denmark when they have the mesh on the back. But now I can wear it proudly.
We would call them that too.
Who won bingo? Tash. She doesn't even know her own name. Tosh won bingo and will be sent some stickers. Did you send him any of the puke flavored warheads? I hope not. The shoelaces was because of Doink. Sadly, they're not big enough that I can use them as a belt. But let me try a warhead and see if it's good.
Oh boy. Yeah, I could have told you that wasn't a good idea.
A little bit sour.
Yeah, a little bit.
Mm. I should have had those when my daughter was preggers. Mm. They're good.
Moni, I
only
would
in the
call him a
beginning
trucker hat too.
Is it only in the beginning they are sour, or does it come again when you open up?
I've never had those ones, so I don't know. I just know I can't even handle the sour to get through it.
Melanie is covering the bench trial and it's audio only, so if anyone wants to watch it, well, you can't, but you can listen to it with her. And now I'm glad we didn't plan on that one.
Yeah, audio only. Ugh. That's how they did that Lori Vallow trial. That was obnoxious.
Yeah, you lose. I know. I always say audio is king, but if there's any evidence or something being displayed, you really want to see it. But I just have a hard
Well,
time
you
with
do
the.
want to see people's facial expressions and how they're testifying and things they're saying.
Remember when Doink fell down the stairs? Yes. That was probably one of the best moments back here.
That was my favorite. After what did he call somebody a weird? You're a weirdo, and then he
Yeah.
walked up the stairs.
Your
and
end
fell
that
up the
beeping
stairs.
was. I thought, what the heck is going on with the beeping? I
Sorry.
thought I had something running.
No, it's my air fryer. Trying to make breakfast real quick.
Thank you so much, Jemima. I like these warheads. Can't wait till it opens up and it's going to be sour again. Now I have to find a pair of shoes I can fit the shoelaces on. And perfect timing.
We're having an internet issue, so
Okay.
please figure out who's the
Oh, they have internet issues, so we're not back.
Okay. Do you know
So
about
cool.
how long?
Hopefully not long at all. He's just, I just restarted it, so seeing if we can make something work.
Okay. Nothing like a healthy restart, right?
And if worse comes to worse, we'll figure something out.
It's today's version of banging on the TV set, right?
Yeah, there you go. Or kicking something good.
How could the hell could you see that? Now I have a Swayze mic. That's cool. Rihanna Morgan says, "Is this the one you were talking about yesterday?" Yes, this is the Collin Griffith case. What's that to say with a warhead in your mouth? Kid unalived his dad when he was 15, 16, unalived his mom when he was 16, 17, somewhere around that. Apparently, the mom was asking for it. That's kind of what the defense claims. But opening statements, what do we think? Oh, I can see end the poll with how long they've been going. People believe that the Courtroom trial will have a jury deliberation time of 2 to 4 hours.
I mean, both sides were drastically different, so it's just whatever the witnesses went out on what they're telling, because state said mom's a saint, kid's a psycho. Defense says mom was crazy. So but if he has his grandma up there testifying on his behalf to all of these facts, this might be a drastically different trial than we thought.
As always, we'll have to wait for the evidence to come in.
Yeah.
See you later, Gina Gomez. Can I have the other hat on? Yes, of course I can. If I didn't throw it on the floor.
Yeah, Moni, I saw that too, and I don't really understand. No, the dad situation was a pew pew.
No. We are going full bore. Opening statements has been done. How long have they been deliberating so far? They have been deliberating since 9:34, I believe, was the time they were sent out.
Mhm.
All opening statements, because we can't really. I just thought, I don't know. I could have done a one each, but I just thought both of them were. I didn't like it. I'm never wearing pants. I'm always in shorts. Natalie Cochan.
Mr.
Natalie
Levine is here
Cochan
for the
is the
state. Are we ready for the jury?
NC.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
No, because it's a little. It reflects the light. I think that's why it's not coming off so much. It's a hatch. Well, you have to thank Jemima because she gifted it to me. I think she made it herself. It's cool, and it got a little cupcake on it. And to remind me of Jamie, it got a pitchfork like the devil.
Oh my God.
Nothing about the case except the kid unalived both parent, and that's also now we have backstory. Yeah, and the dad isn't part of this case. It's only the mom, but they will reference he unalived someone else where there's no charges can be brought again. And I'm eating a warhead just to try what it was. I thought it was a gummy, but it's a hard candy.
Yeah, the dad case, the charges were dropped, so he was never actually charged with that.
Yeah. Verdict clock is at 1 hour and 10 minutes. Oh, Bev is on video. Well, I might, if there's anything interesting. But again, she killed her husband because she got him agitated. There's a gummy version in there too. Okay, I'll try that one. I use Baker jokes on my extended family, and so far they are a hit. Like my devil lettuce comment. Oh, interesting.
Hi, Salute.
No, don't go back. It's the mom was a saint, the kid was a psycho, and the other side said the mom was a psycho, the kid was a saint.
Holly Mac, I know. I have to have patience with Baker.
What? They were divorced, and apparently he was throwing her out of a house or something after the divorce, and they got into a fight, and he keeled over. And she claims he was coming at her, fell over with a heart attack. The daughter, 18-year-old, says she was attacking him, and he fell over. But the cause of death was a heart attack. And is it murder
State,
if it's a heart
call
attack?
your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State call is forensic investigator Laura Ellis with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
Step this way.
Stand right here, raise your right hand for the business word.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be
That's pretty fast to get the forensic people in there. So they're probably going to try and paint a very bloody picture before all the the eyewitnesses come in.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Somewhere between 15 and 17. That's a little murky for me. Somewhere it says 15 when he unalived the dad, and that's 2 years ago, and he's 17 now.
They stuck around.
Just watch your step going up. Just sit in the chair. Good morning.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Laura Ellis, Loraellis.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
I have 800
Jamie, you're training Chad to talk like you. See, even Lena calls me stupid now.
hours of on-the-job training with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, and our education is ongoing. So they offer us education as the year goes on with classes through the agency.
And what is your job title at the Sheriff's Office?
Forensic investigator.
What does that mean?
We respond to multiple calls for service. We obtain digital photographs, collect evidence, and process scenes as needed.
Have you been to a number of homicide scenes during your career?
Yes, sir.
Have you also responded to other types of crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Now, this particular case, I want to direct your attention to September 8th of last year. Do you recall how you became involved with the case?
We received a call from our dispatch center requesting us to respond to the address.
And where did you respond to?
77 Hewlett Drive in Auburndale.
And is that in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you have any basic information en route to the scene?
We were just informed that we needed to respond and call in reference to a death investigation.
When you get there, what do you see first, or who do you see first?
I made contact with Detective Peters and forensic investigator Bange.
Is Detective Peters Detective Danny Peters with the homicide division?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And did he end up being the lead detective in this case?
Yes, sir.
Without telling us anything he might have said, did he kind of give you a little briefing of what was going on?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
We waited for a search warrant to be obtained for the property.
And after the search warrant was obtained, did that give you legal authority to then do whatever you wanted to do to process the scene effectively?
Correct.
About what time were you there that evening?
What time did I arrive on scene?
Yes.
At approximately 19:09 hours.
All right. That's 7:09.
I like that she 1909 because she uses military time.
Oh my God, you're so cool.
It's 9 minutes after 7 p.m.
p.m.
Yes.
Now, what was your first order of business once the search warrant was approved and you took the next step?
We started obtaining digital photographs of the scene as observed.
Were you able to see both inside the house and outside the house?
Yes.
And what type of community was it in general?
More like a senior living community. It was multiple like mobile homes.
Were the homes did they appear to be well taken care of?
Yes, sir.
Like nicely manicured lawns?
Yes.
The houses were in order?
Yes.
Now, outside the residence, did you get an opportunity to see a couple of cars that were there at the scene?
I did.
What color and what make of cars were those?
One was a white Volkswagen Jetta and one was a black Volkswagen Jetta.
Where was the black Jetta?
It was underneath the carport on the south side of the residence.
And how about the white car?
It was in the roadway west of the residence.
Was it parked?
Yes.
Now, have you had an opportunity previously to see states exhibits 1 through 99? That also includes 77A and 77B?
Yes, sir.
And are those photographs that you took that document the scene and some things that you saw and impounded at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Did they fairly and accurately depict everything?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move states 1 through 99, which also includes 77A and 77B.
This lady can't even tell time. Ha ha ha.
They are received.
Silly woman. Just reading. I'm not condoning.
Now, in addition to that, at some later date, were you able to take some aerial photographs?
Yes, sir.
And how do you do that?
We respond to the PCSO hangar in Bartow, and then they take us via helicopter, and we fly over the area and obtain digital photographs from the helicopter.
And are those depicted in state exhibits?
Was it parked? Who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance? It's the same level of question.
167 through 169, in addition to a Google map overhead.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move states 167 to 169 into evidence.
Objection.
No objection.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about, before we publish the photographs, the overhead aerial photographs. Do those show like how the neighbors' houses are situated across the street?
Yes, sir.
So kind of give a vantage point of what people might see from different locations, depending on where they lived in relationship to the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Now, in general, when you go to a crime scene, besides what you physically do, what are your objectives in terms of the integrity of the scene?
We do everything possible to protect the scene and any evidence that may be in it. So we pretty much limit who is in and out. It's mostly our homicide detectives as well as our forensic investigators that come in and out of the scene.
Now, the homicide detectives that are there, are they all doing like different things and have different responsibilities?
Yes.
Does anybody tell you what to do, or do you know what you need to do?
So we have a crime scene detective that typically will stay with us throughout the entire time that we're on the crime scene, and they tell us what they want us to collect or what they want specific photographs of while we're on scene.
All right, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish the photographs. Thank you. I may have some questions for you on a lot of these photographs, some perhaps not, but not surprisingly, we're going to start with State Exhibit 1. Can you see it on your screen as well?
Yes, sir.
Can you jurors as well see it? Okay. Tell the jury about what information that provides.
So this puts the date that we arrived, the date that the time that I'm going to start taking my photographs, our case number that's provided by the agency, what kind of investigation or call that I've responded to, the address, the city, who the victim is, and who my detective for the case is.
And what time did you start taking the photographs?
21:54.
And what does that mean?
That's the military time. It was 9:54, I believe.
All right. As we continue on.
You use military time, but you don't understand military time. Let's go back and check what time it is.
What time did you start taking the photographs?
21:54.
And what does that mean?
Yeah, that's 6 minutes to 10 p.m.
That's the military time. It was 9:54, I believe.
All right. As we continue on, State Exhibit number 2. This.
That is the outside of the residence.
And is the black car and the white car, the Volkswagens, are they visible there?
Yes.
State Exhibit 3. State Exhibit 4. Now, in State Exhibit 4, is there an entryway, like a doorway into the
He hasn't claimed self-defense. He claimed that she fell on it.
house?
There is.
Kind of like when you have to tell your wife about the nanny. I just fell.
It's along the north side of that carport.
To the left of the black car?
Correct.
And I noticed in the bottom left corner, there appears to be some mulch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 5, is that the doorway you spoke of?
Correct. Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 6. Did you notice something in the mulch that caught your attention when you were
Stop
documenting the scene?
rubbing it
Yes,
on the
sir.
mic.
State Exhibit 7. Is that a close-up of what you noticed?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
It's a white AirPod.
State Exhibit 8. State Exhibit 9. On the trunk of the black Volkswagen appears to be something. What is that?
It is a set of keys.
Going back to State Exhibit 9, did that appear to include also a car key?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 10, outside and out. State Exhibit 11. The first interior shot in this sequence. Kind of situate the jury to what they're looking at.
So that's the living room of the residence?
The door that's visible kind of in the upper left-hand corner, is that the door we saw from the outside?
Yes.
So if somebody dragged somebody in through near the carport, would that be the entranceway?
Objection. Also speculation.
If somebody dragged somebody in through right next to the carport, would that be the door that they would enter through?
Yes.
It appears that there's something white on the wood floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
State Exhibit 12. Now, how would you describe the interior of the house? Not the actual where Kathy laid, but the rest of the house. How was it?
Very well maintained, very clean, very organized.
State exhibit number 13. What is that?
It is another white AirPod.
Did it appear to be the matching one or similar one to the one found in the mulch?
Yes.
State exhibit 14. Do you know what that is?
It is the case for the earbuds.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but so the AirPod outside, the AirPod inside, and the case for the AirPods, once you get inside, does that start going back towards where you ended up finding Kathy on the floor?
Yes.
State exhibit 15. What do you see kind of in the background there? Where does that pathway lead to? If you go all the way back, does that enter the kitchen?
It does, yes.
Now, in your route to the kitchen, did anything look like it was knocked over or messed up, or did everything look pretty clean?
What's the noise? Is that a jackhammer? No, I think he's rubbing the microphone every time he's changing his pictures. And why we don't see the pictures, I don't know, because so far there couldn't have been any blood in any of those. And I have to say, these Reese's Pieces, they're better than I expected, because there's that pretzel in there.
And in place.
It looked pretty clean and in place.
State exhibit 16. Is this a picture of the kitchen?
Yes.
Now, the island, the bar, the island there, is the victim on the other side of that.
Yes.
That's a sliding door there. Is that a sliding glass door?
Yes, sir.
State exhibit 17. That's an entryway and an exitway?
Yes.
All right, now state exhibit 18. To the left of that sliding glass door, are there a washing machine and dryer maybe?
Yes.
Did you see a knife at the scene?
Yes.
And is that knife visible in that photograph?
Yes.
This is state exhibit 19. Is that a closer up of what appears to be a bloody knife?
Yes.
State exhibit 20. State exhibit 21. Is this a close up of that same bloody knife?
Yes.
Now, the jurors may see for the first time a yellow marker with the number 10 on it. What does that mean?
It's how we show where evidence is in our photos, so it gives a better layout of where everything is in reference to each other.
Did you impound that knife?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to take a look at state exhibit 199?
Yes.
And is that the knife, the bloody knife from the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move state exhibit 199 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Now, does the knife, and in a moment you'll have an opportunity to show the jury the knife, but does the knife look different today as opposed to when it's in the picture there?
Yes.
And why is that?
May I refer to my report?
Yes, ma'am.
On Wednesday, January 22nd, Detective Peters placed the knife into a temporary evidence locker in the Forensic Investigations Office for me to process for possible latent prints.
And when you process an item for latent prints, describe to the jury what's the process and what does that mean?
So in this case in particular, I took a chemical agent called Sudan Black, which helps us see latent prints that may possibly be in blood.
And what are latent prints?
Latent prints are fingerprints that are left behind from the oils on your hands.
So hypothetically, if somebody puts their thumbprint on something, you might be able to visibly see some prints?
Possibly.
Or perhaps doing what you were doing, you might be able to lift some prints that might not quite be visible to the human eye?
Yes.
Now, before that knife got to you for that work request, had it previously gone to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, do they process evidentiary items for the presence of DNA and or fingerprints, depending on what the request is?
Yes.
And without saying anything about any results or anything, but did FDLE do their analysis on the knife for DNA?
Someone asked how you can fall on a knife. It's really easy if your son is holding a rope around your neck and a tackle to drag you down and has a knife positioned on the floor like this. Happens in every household in America every single day. Maybe.
Before you did your fingerprint analysis?
Yes.
Now, do the detectives under a crime scene have to kind of think about which one to do first, or if both are feasible?
It's up to the detective, the lead detective on the case, if they want us to process it first or if they would like it to go to FDLE first.
And is that a calculated decision that the detective could speak about?
Yes.
Now, so tell the jury about what did you actually do? I know you described it a little bit. What's that process like?
So it is a chemical agent that is black in color, and we cover whatever the area is that's covered in apparent blood. We cover it in that chemical. We let it sit for a minute, and then we wash it off. And we can also repeat it to try and darken any possible latent prints on the item.
Where do you do that?
I did it at the Forensic Investigations Office in Wareham.
And that's a secure, clean place?
Yes.
After you did all that, what were your results?
I was met with negative results.
Does that mean there were no latent prints that you were able to see or lift that could be compared to anything?
Yes.
And did you have an opinion about, is it difficult to get latent prints after an item's already been processed for DNA?
I don't particularly have an opinion on that.
Okay. So at the end of your results, in essence, you couldn't decide that there was anybody's fingerprints on that knife, correct?
Correct.
And are there certain reasons why somebody may leave a fingerprint or not leave a fingerprint?
Yes.
And fingerprints are not always left on an item, correct? Even if somebody handles it?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Your Honor, could forensic investigator Ellis get off the witness stand to show the jury the knife? Thank you. For the record, the State Exhibit 199 will be shown to the jury by investigator Ellis.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to advise you that any item that's received in evidence will go back with you to the jury room during deliberations. So you'll have plenty of time to examine anything that's received. But from time to time, the parties may wish to publish evidence here in open court.
Okay, make sure all the jurors can see it and then you can have a seat. All right, thank you, Ms.
Yes.
All right, we'll continue on with the photographs. State Exhibit number 22. Now, what is approximately the total length of that knife, blade and handle?
12 inches or 1 foot.
And then in terms of the actual knife blade, approximately how many inches is the knife blade?
It's approximately 7.
You said 7 inches?
Yes, sir.
Now, State Exhibit 23, could you situate us to, if you continue to the left on that photograph, where are you headed towards?
Back towards that living room area.
The living room and then eventually the door that we saw earlier?
Yes.
And does that give a view of what you were describing in 24?
Yes.
25. What begins to be visible in State Exhibit 25?
The victim.
Now, on the left side of the photograph, is that some of the sliding glass door blinds?
Yes.
So is it a fair statement her head seems to be fairly close to that area?
Yes.
Above her head on the floor, what is that picture?
It's a brown purse backpack.
Come on now, show us the evidence.
All right, State Exhibit 26. Is that who you would later find out to be Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
The blood that you noticed at this scene, is that one of the first pictures of the blood and how high it went?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement that the blood didn't go super high up on the walls of the cabinets, but seemed more down low?
Yes.
27. Now in 27, what's the white thing and the gray thing by her head?
So the white thing is a towel and the gray thing is a shirt.
Is the neck or the stab wound visible a little bit there?
Yes.
It's on the right side of her neck, is that correct?
Yes.
28. As we get closer to the purse/backpack you described, was blood clearly visible all over it?
Yes.
And that surface area, is that kind of what, if somebody put it on their back, that would be touching their back?
Yes.
$29. I want to ask you about in this upper corner here, your upper right-hand corner, there appears to be coagulated blood. Is that correct?
Yes.
What does coagulated mean?
It's when
They have a television right behind the witness. That's normally where they show it.
blood has been sitting for quite a bit of time, it starts to gather together.
Did you document also the blood inside and outside the purse?
Yes.
Is that blood between the deputy's wrists there?
Yes.
Is that blood all in the interior of the purse as well?
Yes.
For the record, that's State Exhibit 31. State Exhibit 32. State Exhibit 33. What's that pink zipper pouch?
It was a makeup bag that she had within the brown purse backpack.
Did it appear there was blood on that as well?
Yes.
34. Does that show a wallet?
Yes.
35. Is there blood on that wallet?
Yes.
36. Whose driver's license and whose picture is that?
That's the victim's driver's license.
Were you able to determine, obviously, that the purse and the contents were Kathy's?
Yes.
37. Was Kathy wearing basically a black T-shirt and some jean shorts?
Yes.
Was she also at one point wearing some Under Armour flip-flops?
I do not know if she was wearing Under Armour flip-flops at one point.
Yeah, opening statements, he said there was blood on the purse because she didn't take it off, or hadn't got time to take it off, which is kind of important because remember they claim she went in, got a pew-pew, and came out and threatened him.
Did you see some Under Armour flip-flops close to her body?
Yes.
But how they got there, Your Honor?
Oh, yes, and new filings today in Karen Reed. The Commonwealth have turned over a heck of a lot of videos and a four-page anonymous letter that sweet 12-pound, 4 ounces baby Jesus in your little tuxedo T-shirt, let it be from Plevin. Let Plevin have written his stupid takes so it will be put into the court record.
Where?
Correct.
Funny how they found all these videos 3 years after. And today would have been... No, today is 3 years after John O'Keefe passed away, and still no justice.
Now, it appears that her arm from approximately her upper forearm / elbow area is obstructed. Was her arm under something?
Yes. Her arm was under the kitchen island.
38. Is that the neck wound?
Yes.
39. 40. 41. Tell the jury about why do you put a ruler up next to the neck wound?
It shows length and width of the injuries on the victim's body.
And is that wound basically wide open?
Yes.
No, because I would have to sit and
All right,
switch
42.
between
Is that the
feet
dishwasher?
and,
Yes.
I would have to have another feed running so I can follow along.
What's the red thing? The red stuff?
YouTube won't
It's
run
apparent
two
blood.
feeds at the same time.
And is that to the left of that same dishwasher?
Yes.
Now going back to 42 for a second. In front of the dishwasher, is that same kitchen island?
Yes.
And Kathy's on basically like the other side of it, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how the blood got all the way over there?
I do not.
No.
Continuing on to 44. In the forefront or front of the photograph there, is that same kitchen island?
Yes.
Now, Is the knife block from which the knife came from visible in this photograph?
Yes.
Going back for a moment, where in this photograph is it visible?
It's to the left of the stove.
And it's kind of like a wooden block there.
Yes.
And were there a number of knives still in the block?
Yes.
And then, of course, an empty space for the knife you located?
Yes.
45. Now, is this obviously of Kathy's legs and feet?
Yes.
And by her feet, what were the 4 items that you found on the floor there?
There was a left flip-flop, a right flip-flop,
And a middle.
2 phone charging cords, and a set of keys.
Is that blood on the cupboard in the upper left of the photograph?
Yes.
48. Are those the items you mentioned?
Yes.
And it appears that there's the Under Armour logo on one of the flip-flops. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does that appear to be apparent blood in State Exhibit 49 on the bottom of Kathy's flip-flop?
Yes.
In State Exhibit 50, does there appear to be some apparent blood on the other flip-flop?
Yes.
And those were a matching pair, is that correct? Both Under Armour? In State Exhibit number 51, does there appear to be blood underneath the chargers?
Yes.
52, 53, 54. Did you see various marks and bruises and or scrapes on Kathy's legs and feet, or Kathy's legs?
Yes.
Continuing on with 55 and 56. All right, going to 57. Does that show what you were describing, her right arm being under the kitchen island?
Yes.
Going back to 57. The bottom of the island, does there appear to be a lot of blood near her arm, extending to the left and the right?
Yes.
And on that single door by the shelves, is that blood?
Yes.
Did they mention that the grandmother was there? I didn't get that part in the opening. And Bev is just been a bump on a log for the most part. It's recess until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Well, not that interesting then.
$59, 60, 61.
Little D doesn't
62.
have bleach blonde hair anymore.
63.
Oh,
64.
this is really annoying.
65. 66. Is the knife lock much more apparent in this photograph?
Yes.
You mentioned to the left of the stove on the countertop.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
67.
it's claw o'clock.
68. 69. Now in 69, is there something
Giggity.
on the island that caught your attention?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
The victim's cell phone.
And it appears that the countertop of that kitchen island is pristine and nothing knocked over, no problems.
Yes, sir.
In 71, is that a close-up of Kathy's cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And the time at that point was 11:09 on Sunday, September 8th, as you're taking photographs?
Yes, sir.
Now, on the screen, there appears to be some pictures or icons. Were you able to kind of take a close-up and figure out what those were? Can you see on your screen?
Yes, sir. They were notifications on her phone.
And who did she get notifications from? Can you read the print?
She had a missed call from Susan Deathman, and it appears a text message from a Detective Lacey.
And are you able to see a little bit of the content of that text message from the detective?
Yes, sir.
What does it say?
I tried to call you.
In 73, there appears to be some yellow tape and rulers. What's the purpose of that?
That is for us to do bloodstain documentation.
I also noticed that the island appears to no longer be there in the kitchen, exposing Kathy's right arm and hand and watch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you move the island?
We had about 3 or 4 of the homicide detectives move the island.
He isn't leading as long as the defense isn't objecting.
And was that in order to document what was underneath the island?
It was in an effort to preserve any blood, apparent blood that may be on the floor underneath and around the victim.
And does 74 show some additional blood that would have been under the island by the victim's right hand?
Yes.
75. Is that the white towel and the gray shirt you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
Now, from 75 to 76, did you take off the gray shirt to investigate further?
Yes.
What does 76 show?
It's an apparent slit in the gray t-shirt.
And are you aware of how that got there?
I am not.
Are you aware when that got there?
No.
Are you aware of who did that?
No.
We're catching up.
77. What's that show?
It's a small hole in the shirt.
Where on the shirt is that? Do you know, like front or back? Do you remember?
It's the back left shoulder of the shirt.
Do you know what caused that?
No.
Do you know how it got there?
No.
When it got there?
No.
Who did that to that shirt?
No.
Whether it was purposeful or accidental?
No.
All right, as we move on.
Yeah, why not just object speculation? Because she wasn't there.
On to 77A. Is that same shirt?
Yes.
And where do you take that photograph of the shirt?
I was at the forensic investigations office.
And is that like a gray camo shirt?
Yes.
77B appears to be a close-up. What was the purpose of the close-up? What does it show?
It's showing apparent blood
Where on that shirt is the apparent blood?
underneath the collar of the shirt.
And I believe you might be able to point to something on the screen with a mouse.
This.
If you could, for everybody's benefit, kind of show where the apparent blood is.
It is about right here on the shirt.
Okay. All right, moving on to 78. Is that Kathy's feet?
Yes.
Foot, excuse me. And there's apparent blood all over her foot.
Yes.
Carrying on with 79 and 80. 81. 82. Were you able to see bruises on different parts of her arms and legs?
Yes.
83. Now in 84, I take it at this point, Kathy had been taken away. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does this show what would have been underneath Kathy's body,
Yes.
including the coagulated blood at the top of the photograph you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, for the record, that was 85. Now we go outside. 86, is that black Volkswagen that was right by the door, by the carport?
Yes.
The interior of the car in 87.
Opening statements were, the kid's a monster, the mom's a saint. The mom's a monster, the kid's a saint. This is the crime scene investigator. We are not seeing any of the evidence, so we'll just have to trust me, bro. That's what she's showing us. The most important, most exciting part so far is I've had a warhead hard candy, and I liked it.
Did you find a cell phone in that car?
Yes.
And a computer?
Yes.
Laptop? 88? Is that the black cell phone?
Yes.
And were you able to determine this was the defendant's car and the white car was Kathy's car?
I wasn't made aware of which car was which on scene.
Did you find that out later?
Yes.
Excuse me. The next photograph, which is 89. What does that say on that paperwork?
It says the R. Fred Lewis 2021 Florida High School mock trial competition.
And then 90. Is that a continuation of that paperwork?
Yes.
And what's the subject matter of that? If you could
We should do another mock trial.
read what you're able to
But Penilla can't be on the jury because she hates me.
make out.
Would you like me to read what I can from
Yes.
this? The victim, a Caucasian male, approximately 5'11" in height and weighing approximately 235 pounds. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the back of the head, caused by a smooth, rounded object, cylindrical in shape, consistent with a tire iron. The blow to the head lacerated the skin, causing substantial bleeding and crushed the skull, causing bone fragments to become embedded in the brain. The time of death is estimated to have been between 10 and 11:30 p.m. on January 3rd, 2020. The defendant's criminal record includes conviction.
Why are we reading what's in a mock trial? What?
For the misdemeanors of battery, disorderly intoxication, trespass, and vandalism, and the felony offense of cultivation of marijuana.
And for the record, this has nothing to do with the defendant, correct?
Why did you
Okay,
then read
continue.
it?
The first two convictions were in 2011 and grew out of a barroom fight. The trespass and vandalism charges relate.
Defense, stand up, object, and say this has nothing to do with anything. Is she a medical doctor? She's a forensic investigator. So she's not a medical doctor. She is a police woman trained in crime scenes.
To a protest by the defendant and several others at the Pinnacle Paper Company on Thanksgiving Day 2019, during which windows and doors were spray painted with red paint and a load of manure was dumped at the entrance of the administrative building. The drug conviction was in 2004. Of the registered vehicles in Canton County, there are 414 Ford F-150.
And where was this paperwork found?
It was in the black Jetta.
91. Is that a wallet?
Yes.
92. When you open the wallet, whose ID did you find?
Collin Griffith.
93. Is this the back seat?
Yes.
And on the rear left floorboard, was there a uniform?
Verdict clock isn't official. It's not the court that runs it. It can just be Lawn and Crim that has a problem.
Of some type?
Yes.
And did you find out upon closer inspection it was a Domino's?
Corey is playing the verdict music. I don't know. I'm always streaming when he's streaming, so I don't know. But we can look and see if there's a verdict. It was Jamie's role to keep an eye on it. The jury has reached a verdict. Let's switch over because this is going fast nowhere. Get your bets in. What will she be found? Guilty, not guilty? Probably something. So less than 2 hours of a verdict. Let's quickly get your votes in. Thank you, Marissa. I am just about to put it on the twit as well. Do we have a timeline when it's going to be read? They were quick, so they didn't have to eat many more sausage biscuits. Someone didn't like sausage biscuits. Probably 30 minutes. Well, I will put it on my phone. So if they come back, we can go watch it. Then I'll put this back on.
Work uniform?
Yes.
95. going to the car parked on the street. Is that what you would later find out to be Kathy's white Volkswagen?
Yes.
96. Was it clean inside?
Yes.
And did you find any objects of note in the front seat?
No.
Did you find any objects of note in the back seat?
No.
Were any firearms or weapons found in her car?
No, sir.
Going in 98, pop the trunk open. What did you see in the trunk?
An organizer and just some mix and match bags.
And then finally 99, did there appear to be some like grocery bags maybe?
Yes.
All right, now we're gonna segue briefly to 167 to 169. Going to the aerial overheads.
Come on now.
Thank you. All right, 167. Could you please point to the jury? Point for the jury with the red arrow again, where the crime scene house is located. All right, so that's the carport, the driveway, the mulch you can kind of see. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the two houses that seem to be most directly across the street. Could you put the arrow on those two houses? All right, thank you. And then 168. Could you point to the crime scene house? All right.
Well, that wasn't 30 minutes. Thank you, I am Arlene. We love to have you here.
Madam Foreperson, has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes.
Would you hand that verdict to the bailiff who will transmit it to the court? Would the defendant please rise? In the case of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochan, case number 23-F-343K, the jury verdict is as follows. We, the jury on the issues, joined unanimously find the following. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree.
Boom.
The verdict form is signed by Holly Rich, foreperson of the jury. It is dated 1/29/2025. There are no marks on the portion of the verdict form pertaining to involuntary
You were correct.
manslaughter.
57% of you said guilty.
Does the state wish to examine the jury verdict form?
Thank you.
Does the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You may be seated. Is there a request for the court to poll the jury?
Not from the state. No, Your Honor.
All right. The verdict is received by the court and directed to be recorded. I'll ask the state to prepare an appropriate order in the premises. The court accepts the jury verdict and finds this defendant guilty of murder in the first degree. The defense will be afforded time to file all appropriate motions. And as we discussed earlier, we must have further proceedings concerning the aspect of mercy. I would like to do that right away and perhaps to commence this afternoon. I can afford the defense or the state 2 hours to prepare, and we can go directly into the mercy phase.
Your Honor, as we pointed out to the court, we cannot have our witnesses prepared in 2 hours. Specifically, we anticipate calling the children. They are not close by at all. They're in school.
Well, Matthew? No. What? I can't hear you.
I've been corrected on that particular point, but we have to get in touch with our other witnesses. It will take considerable time to do that. We have to make sure they can get here, and we respectfully request to continue these proceedings and have the.
Arlene, no, it's just because you are always behind when you're being charged, and they did what they will do in cases like this: say, well, she's guilty of one thing, so she must be guilty of another, and people say, yeah, probably she's a bad person.
Mercy portion sometime tomorrow.
What saith the state, Mr. Truman?
Your Honor, the state's prepared to go forward. We understand the defense situation. If they could proffer a number of witnesses they're going to have, that might be helpful. And if they can't start out today, then we defer to the court's judgment.
All right. Members of the jury, let me explain to you the circumstances. You have found the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree. There is another aspect that you must consider, and that is whether or not to afford to her mercy. If she receives mercy, she will be eligible for parole in 15 years. If she does not receive mercy, she will spend the rest of her life in prison. And that is a decision that you must determine. We must have a mini trial, so to speak, further proceedings for you to hear additional evidence in that regard and make a determination. You will have to return another verdict in regard to that matter. So the upshot of the situation is you are not finished with your responsibilities.
57%
and it
said
is
guilty.
perhaps unfair to start into this right away.
33
and
not
to,
guilty, hung jury
force
9%.
the attorneys to proceed in this very critical and important part of the proceedings. So it is such that we're going to start up at 9 o'clock in the morning. And I hope you'll understand, and I hope that you will continue to be cooperative and patient and considerate and proceed as you have already. You have been here promptly, and you have provided service as jurors in the manner expected, in the manner certainly
her counsel did
so
everything they could.
Here's the deal. I must still warn you and admonish you not to read anything, hear anything, talk to
I don't think they can get an appeal on the financial stuff.
And by anyone, I'm talking about your family members or friends, because tomorrow is another day. And so far as you all are concerned, and we will proceed further in regard to the mercy phase of this case. So you're not done, and we need for you to come back.
Yes,
you
first degree.
may be sad about that, or maybe you're okay with that. I don't see anybody throwing tomatoes at me yet. So hopefully you'll understand. We need to finish this out. We have much time invested in it, and we simply need to bring it to a conclusion. And I will need you back in your jury room at 9 a.m. I'll
try to have a treat for you as a bribe for you to come back. And please follow my instructions. Don't watch anything on TV or see anything online. Again, for the purpose of this additional phase, I want you to have an open mind and to hear the evidence so you can make this additional determination.
Thank you, Judge.
And the house is across the street. And then finally, the last photograph. That's the crime scene house there. And all right, thank you.
Can't live that long on that.
Now, describe to the jury in a general
Million
sense, when you see evidence or things that might be evidence, how do you impound it, or what do you do with it?
So we first talk to our detective on scene, whoever our homicide detective is, or any general detective, depending on the type of call that it is, and we confirm with them that they want it collected as an item of evidence. We take brown paper bags with us into scenes, and we will write the time that we've collected it, what the item is, and where we've
Are they from Jiffy Lube or from Stop and Shop, the brown paper bags?
collected it from, and then we put them all together, and we will take them back with us to the office to put in a temporary evidence locker.
Did you take fingernail swabbings and/or clippings from the victim?
Yes.
Describe to the jury what that means and how you did that.
We don't have her sentencing yet.
So we first got permission from the medical examiner to be able to do that on scene, but we take for swabbings, we take a wet cotton swab that we wet with water, and then we take a dry cotton swab and we rub underneath the fingernails of the victim. And then we will also take fingernail clippers and clip the victim's fingernails and place them in a small manila envelope that has a glassine envelope in it as well.
And can your end product then be sent to FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, for them to do any analysis that they want to do?
Yes.
Such as DNA comparisons or things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, between the victim's right hand, between her index finger and her thumb, and like the webbing there, did you notice an injury?
Yes.
Did you describe it as a laceration?
Yes.
Now, when a victim is taken to the medical examiner's office, do they take photographs that document the body, the injuries, the external and the internal?
Yes.
All right, Investigator Ellis, I don't have any further questions for you.
Investigator Ellis, I just have a few questions for you. When you took the pictures that have been shown to the jury today, that was many hours after Kathy Griffith died, correct?
I am not sure of the exact time of death for her.
Well, you responded at about 7, right? And you didn't take pictures until after 9.
Yes.
So at least those 2 hours, if not longer.
Correct.
And during those 2 hours, you don't know who all was in that kitchen, do you?
No.
And before you even arrived on scene at about 7, you don't know who was in that kitchen?
No.
Are you aware that first responders or emergency medical technicians did respond to the scene to perform life-saving functions on Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
And you're aware of that partly because she had some of the stickers that they use on her body, right?
Yes.
The area where Kathy Griffith was laying is a fairly tight area, right?
Yeah.
I just can't get that redhead out. Every time she says Kathy Griffith, I hear Kathy Griffin. You remember her? She was in some B movies, C movies back in the 90s, early 2000s. Wasn't that good?
Yes. So have you been on scenes before when emergency medical technicians are trying to revive someone or save their lives?
I have not been present while they are performing life-saving measures. I've been present after the fact.
Okay. So you're not aware of how frantic it is and how many people have to get close to the body?
Correct.
Okay. But it's at least possible that first responders or emergency medical technicians may have altered the kitchen in some way, not on purpose, but in their efforts to save Kathy Griffith.
That's a present from YouTube because I won't get paid for that one.
Yes.
May have stepped on things, right? Like blood.
Yes.
And they may have moved items that got in their way, right?
Yes.
Like the bag that we saw in the picture.
Yes.
The are you also
Edward Squad, one thing I know about the internet is someone say, try Googling it. Never Google that.
aware that Collin Griffith actually performed CPR for quite some time on Kathy Griffith before anybody else responded to the scene?
I did not know anything pertaining to him prior to my arrival.
Have you been
I
trained
don't
in how to
know.
do CPR on somebody?
Yes.
And one of the first things anyone is instructed to do is to lay the person flat on their back, right?
Yes.
And that's enabling the person who's performing CPR to get a good surface upon which to do the chest compressions, right?
Yes.
So you have no idea what position Kathy Griffith was in either when she suffered the wound to her neck or shortly after she suffered the wound to her neck.
Correct.
Are you aware at all of the mechanics of how wounds work?
I do not have any experience with wounds.
Okay. I'll save that for somebody else then. The flip-flops that you spoke about, they were actually reversed, right? Like the left one was on the right and the right one was on the left in the picture?
Yes.
And one was turned upside down?
Yes.
So it wasn't like somebody just fell back out of their shoes, right?
It could be possible, yes.
And then they flipped and one turned over?
Yes.
The island, you mentioned it took 3 to 4 detectives to lift it and move it. So it wasn't like you could just touch it or bump against it and it would move like this on wheels.
Correct. It was pretty heavy.
The shirt that you talked about in the photos, was it actually determined that that shirt belonged to Collin?
I saw, what's his name, Andy Dicker or whatever his name was, who wasn't my favorite back in the day, but he was in some okay movies. And now he's just a drughead sleeping in someone's caravan or on someone's couch. Oh my God, he looked horrible.
Collin Griffith?
I was never informed if it actually belonged to him. It just had Collin Griffith's name written on the inside of the shirt.
And that shirt was recovered from around Kathy Griffith's neck.
Above her head.
Above her head.
Yes,
Okay.
on the floor above her head.
Okay. So like it had been possibly taken off and used to either support her head or try and stop the wound from bleeding?
Possibly.
It was right near towels that were possibly serving that purpose as well, right?
Yes.
And did you take pictures of Collin ever?
I did not. I never made contact with Collin.
All right. The slit that you mentioned on the shirt, where was it on the shirt?
It was on the lower, more midsection left side of the shirt.
So like the torso area?
About right there. Yes.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have to stand up and show the jury because they can't see.
It's about right here.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay, so front left side of his stomach area?
Yes.
And you said you never made contact with Collin, so you never took the photographs of him?
I did not. That was forensic investigator Bange.
The keys that were seen on the trunk of the black Jetta.
Yes.
That key ring contained several keys on it, right?
Yes.
And although that key ring with keys was on top of the black Jetta, it actually contained the keys to the white Jetta that was parked in the street, right?
I'm not sure.
So you
I did not unlock the vehicles. The detectives unlocked the vehicles.
Okay. Let me put it this way. The keys that were in the kitchen,
Yes.
it was on a round key ring, right? With just a car key.
Yes.
Okay. So did you test that to see that it actually belongs to the black Jetta?
I did not do anything as far as unlocking or locking vehicles.
And when you log evidence, you don't mention like key ring because there are 2 Jettas here, specifying which one the keys go to?
I specified what was on the key rings, but I didn't know what car key in particular
Tomorrow, yes.
went to each car.
The key ring that had just one car key on it, it had no other keys, right?
Correct.
No house keys.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir. I'm still on standby for later.
All right. You're free to go for the day. If you're needed back, you'll get a phone call. Thank you. Would you approach off the record briefly? Just housekeeping.
Being 15 at the time, he conducted an investigation as part of where law enforcement agency belonged to then into a shooting death. I don't think it should say at home because
Sorry, I'm just trying to find out what.
it should be limited to he conducted an investigation as part of whatever law enforcement agency he belonged to then into a shooting death. I don't think it should say at home because Collin being 15 at the time, I think this jury could jump to some conclusion.
They're still arguing something.
Might lead them to believe that it was a family member. So just a shooting, death, an investigation. There were 2 shots, and that Collin was a suspect and was arrested, but that he was never charged, up to say.
Mr. Levine.
Your Honor, I would propose in conformance with the court's ruling a week or 2 ago that the officer will testify that he was one of the first responders to the scene of a shooting. I don't have a problem not saying that it was a house.
Well, I would still have to go over that and press anyway because I'm using this screen to
Ask
pull
the
up
question
chat.
about, or the answer
So
would be acceptable to be
it'll
shot
work
2
on
times, once in
different
the chest, 1 in the head.
windows. I only have 5 windows
That it
open
was
right
not
now.
in dispute that the defendant was the person that shot and killed the individual,
Because he potentially could be charged with the crime.
that the defendant was
investigated and arrested for the killing. And as of today's date, he has not been indicted for any crimes, and the case remains under investigation.
Remaining under investigation, I don't think that that's appropriate.
We've discussed this previously, and I think, if I remember correctly, it's not something I said. I know I at least thought it, that the time that's relevant as to whether it was pending, the investigation was pending, would have been at the time of the alleged murder, because that goes hand in hand with motive potentially. But that anything beyond that, I do not believe. At this point, I could see how it might become relevant, but at this point is not relevant. So if the witness knows if at the time of this case or if this incident, it was still an open matter.
We could have him say that the state attorney or district attorney of Oklahoma reviewed everything and opted not to file charges, period. I mean, they weren't investigating.
I don't think it's fair that they claim if he's not charged, they shouldn't mention him being charged. They can say he was arrested for it, but he hasn't been charged. This, he could be charged later. Yeah, so could I. Shouldn't be able to hold that over him in another trial.
In September of 2024.
Well, we all know that that doesn't matter. I mean, investigations are reopened all the time. But so, what is it you anticipate he's going to say about the time around?
If Your Honor is saying that would be confined to when she sent the text on that date, September 8th of 2024, then my understanding is that the officer would say yes, the case was still open and under investigation.
That's not your understanding of what he
No,
would say?
not at all.
Right, well, he's on his way up. You can take a short break for you two to go talk to him in the hallway.
Right. Yeah. Why do we have to say anything about whether the investigation is still open or not?
Well, Your Honor,
Or was at the time or wasn't at the time?
it sounds like the defense wants the jury to know that he wasn't charged and the prosecutor's office reviewed it in Oklahoma and chose not to charge it, which is in essence endorsing the defense position that it wasn't a crime, that it's done and over with, and that it was justified self-defense, which I think would be unfair to the state.
This ordinance point about open or not open is...
Time to face the music. Baker only covers trials. That's not true. I do giveaways. I have stab your days. And I even did a movie review.
Some part well taken, but as I just said, you and I both know closed investigations are reopened all the time based on new evidence when there's no... I don't know for sure what the statute of limitations is in Oklahoma, but I imagine, like Florida, there is none for a murder, first-degree murder. So that's really the important point, is that while even if it had been closed, it could be reopened. But I don't know that you can get that out of this witness. I also understand the state's perspective that leaving that we decided not to charge him with some
the verdict is guaranteed
affirmatively that he acted in self-defense,
hung.
or that he was, for some other reason, not criminally responsible.
I am not insinuating, nor would I want to ask.
Can I obtain counsel to sue Brandon for defamation? I have had more than one hung case.
That was the final word forever. But where we are right now and where we were on September 8th of 2024 is that they had done an investigation. The state attorney's office had reviewed it. They had opted not to charge him, period. So us speculating what might or might not happen in the future, to either side, I think it would be unfair. If they indicate that the investigation's open, that makes it sound like he's about to be charged.
You made me join a
I agree
1,000.
with that. Whatever's going on.
Lies, Brandon. I don't even have a $5 membership.
Today or after the incident.
I should have $1,000 membership.
It's not relevant. What was relevant and what I think a jury, if they need to know anything else, what they need to know is that a closed case doesn't necessarily mean closed forever. A decision not to prosecute is not binding forever.
How about if we say there was a decision not to file charges at that point? Leave it at that.
Mr. Levine?
I agree.
Well, that's a
Move
true
it.
statement. I would ask them to go a little bit further. If I understood Your Honor correctly, you were saying, what was the status of the investigation, the homicide investigation in Oklahoma on September 8th, 2024, which would be the relevant date of your inquiry?
And my understanding from Ms. Thornhill is that the decision had been made not to prosecute at that point.
In May of 2023.
What I was going to say is, regardless of what I think or what she thinks, I think
Because they
understanding
both sides
would
wanted
would give the court
either way.
some, I guess, final guidance on how you should rule. But if he says on September 8th, 2024, it was still an open investigation, then I would ask to be able to elicit that. It's gonna kind of help both sides in terms of it'll come out that the defendant was not charged. It's clearly he hasn't been charged, but on September 8th, which is the relevant date of 2024, if this witness knows that the case was still under investigation, but he had been charged, I would argue
Then
that's
it
relevant.
presents the judge and prosecution.
And then that can imply that he's charged with it now.
I think I said in my opening statement, if I remember correctly, that he hasn't been indicted.
I don't know whether.
Here's what we're going to do so we can have a better than what if discussion about this is let you find out from the witness now what he would say in response to your question before I make a decision about it. I thought we had addressed this earlier, but that's all it was a thought, and we didn't.
He's probably outside, so
I also cover docs
All right,
in
should we?
Can we have him come in and proffer?
Massachusetts.
if you could, Deputy, if you could get Officer Christopher Hyde.
Yeah, it seems really, really weird. And then he pretends the judge and prosecution don't have my YouTube password. Kick
So you
is
could just
up.
stand at the podium right there.
I don't know.
I do. Mr. Levine.
Thank you. Officer Hyde, very narrow, specific question. On the date of September 8th, 2024, when Kathy sent a text message to her son, Collin Griffith, regarding exposing some evidence regarding the Oklahoma murder, to your understanding, on that date of September 8th of 2024, was the homicide case still under investigation?
Yes.
And at that time, is it a true statement the defendant had not been charged or indicted?
Again, it's the same. Why put the Ponzi scheme in?
And any official charges by Oklahoma as it pertained to the shooting, is that correct?
That is correct.
For these purposes, I don't have any other questions on it.
Officer Hyde, when did you leave the sheriff's office that investigated this case?
In 2024.
When in 2024?
Is it Tom Brady?
So before September 8th of 2024.
That is correct.
So, and you were fired by them?
Yes.
Okay, so you have no idea what they're doing on this case in Oklahoma, do you?
I have spoken with the district attorney's office.
Okay, and what has the district attorney's office told you specifically?
The case is still pending investigation.
Who told you that?
District Attorney Thompson. I believe so.
When did they tell you this? After September 8th of 2024?
That is correct.
So on September 8th of 2024, you have no idea what the state attorney's office position was other than they had not charged Collin Griffith.
On that date in particular?
Yes.
That is correct. I did not know on that date.
And then after
So he was
Kathy
fired as a
Griffith
cop.
died, you contacted the state attorney's office in Oklahoma and said, by the way, we have this text message. There might be some ring videos of him admitting to planning the death of his father. So I think, that was the basis of them pending an investigation, right?
I have no knowledge of the text message.
Okay. So what happened after September 8th, 2024, that you were in contact with the
It's not going to
district
be
attorney's
easier.
office in Oklahoma about Collin Griffith at all?
I was able to read the entirety of the OSBI's report, and I don't believe that they were able to read the entirety of it.
Who wasn't?
The district attorney's office. I don't believe that they received the entirety of it
Why would you have received it if you were no longer with the sheriff's office?
because I requested it
Why did you request it?
to be able to see if it needed to be reopened.
Right, based on this.
I had not previously seen it.
The timing,
Fair, I can solve this. I'm not going to be answering.
the timing. February of 2023, Collin Griffith is arrested for the death of his father.
Correct.
By May of 2023, the district attorney's office in Oklahoma said we
This detective was fired.
are not filing charges against Collin Griffith in the death of his father, correct?
I believe that is correct. That time frame.
It's a gift from Jemima.
So that's what I was worried about. I believe that's correct. Okay.
Question.
So,
argue outside his presence.
so Collin, his bond is discharged in Oklahoma, right?
I'm unsure.
So the district attorney's office says, despite this investigation that the sheriff's office, and I don't remember the county,
Lincoln.
Lincoln County, and despite the investigation by OSBI, we are not filing charges against Collin Griffith in the death of his father, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and then you heard nothing about Collin Griffith again until September 8th of 2024, or around that time.
I don't believe so.
Okay, so it was after Kathy Griffith died that this whole investigation into Collin Griffith and the death of his father came back up. So far as you know.
To my knowledge, yes.
Any additional questions for purposes of the proper?
No, Your Honor.
Would you step outside, please? Yes, sir.
No, I think he's a cop from Florida.
Ms. Thornhill.
So I think, Officer testified has established that on September 8th of 2024, there was no ongoing investigation into the death of Collin's father. So it's irrelevant.
It was a man.
They're now investigating again.
I agree with that they're now investigating him again, but Mr. Levine.
Your Honor, I'm not going to ask about the status of the investigation on September 8th, 2024, which is what Your Honor said would be relevant. So I don't intend on asking after hearing the officer's answers. But I believe that he didn't know what the status of it was September 8th, 2024, which is kind of neither here nor there.
You and Jamie both.
It's not like he knew what the status was. No. So I'm not going to ask about the status of it.
So that raises another concern that I brought up when Your Honor issued the ruling on the motion to eliminate, and that was that with the witness, I was going to stipulate to all of this information being presented to the jury without having a witness. Obviously, Mr. Levine can try the case the way he wants to, and he said he wanted to call law enforcement officer from Oklahoma. And then I said something to the effect of, are they going to be able to testify that Collin was not charged? And we all said, well, they've got to know that he wasn't charged. And now him saying, so far as I know, I mean,
I thought he said, as of May, whatever it was.
he said, so far as I know, but I don't know the timing. He was very,
Oh, so he was an Oklahoma cop.
he's a little wishy-washy on it,
About what issue?
about whether Collin was charged.
I can't speak for the officer, but the officer knows he wasn't charged. If Ms. Thornhill's concerned about him having a qualified answer to the best of my, if he says to the best of my knowledge or whatnot, I'm fine if it's acceptable for him to understand through the court that he is allowed and permitted to just give a honest, short answer, which is no, the defendant wasn't charged.
Well, I'm not going to tell the witness what the truth is. So if the witness doesn't know for sure, that's his answer. I mean, I don't remember him specifically, what he specifically said about that particular question. I was listening more for the September 8th. And that's where I thought I heard to my knowledge or, best of my belief. But
Well, I just want to make sure, like, in fairness to the defense, I agree with the proposition that the evidence is and should show for the benefit of the jury, obviously, honesty and clarity that the defendant was not charged pertaining to the killing in Oklahoma.
So, Ms. Thornhill, let me ask you this question. If the witness testifies and afterwards, I agree with you that he was wishy-washy, if he indeed is wishy-washy on that, is there a problem, assuming the state agrees, to simply instructing the jury, members of the jury, the decision in Oklahoma not to charge Mr. Griffith was made on whatever date it was by the district attorney, something to that effect.
That is great. I've been trying
Mr.
to
Levine,
have that be the
but
result.
I think if the witness gives forthright testimony that he was not, that the district attorney did not make a decision not to charge him, then there's no need for that instruction. So, Mr. Levine, what's your
I'm
position?
fine with that.
All right, and then
No, I'm not going to say anything about the bond. No talk about bond. I was just trying to.
And sitting here thinking about it, do you both agree that this issue of whether it's open or closed at the time of this incident, that you really don't need to go into that? I mean, isn't it sort of apparent to even just a layperson that cases can be reopened, homicides can be reopened? So even, and it does appear to be the case that at the time of this incident, that case was closed, done, over in the filing cabinet, and that the only reason it might be open now is because of this incident, but that a jury would understand that the threat of exposure still carries the same weight in the mind of the person who's threatened. They said it was self-defense back then, or said they couldn't disprove self-defense back then. This is going to cause a problem, and they're going to reopen it, and especially if there's Ring doorbell evidence of me saying it was a murder and not self-defense. Isn't that? Do you agree that the average juror would understand that to be the case, Mr. Levine?
If I followed you correctly, I think that would be reasonable.
So without having to have testimony about whether it was open or closed at the time of at the specific time of this incident.
Yes, and I think that's reasonable. I think it's fair to both sides because neither side is able to advance that it wouldn't be filed or is going to be filed or it's not going to be filed. It's really irrelevant the way Your Honor explained it and go into any further detail.
Yes, Judge. I just wanted to make a record. I am not reading any previous
I know
objections.
you're not.
Okay. I think simple, short. He was a first responder.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing? This is the summer of 14.
Not disputed. And where the defendant shot and killed the person.
That's fine.
All right. I think that was my rule.
Yeah, exactly. But I anticipated and believed, I think with good reason, that it might go beyond that.
Do we have
like 30 seconds? I need to confer with the defense about one quick thing.
What's going on?
Do we have that the witness again?
So you're about to be called to the stand.
I don't know.
And both parties have agreed that I should instruct you on the limits of your testimony. You're going to be asked some questions, and you may testify regarding the following facts: that you were a first responder to the killing in Oklahoma. You're not to say anything that it was a house or that the deceased person was his father or related to him in some fashion. You are permitted to testify that the deceased person was shot in the chest and shot in the head, once in the chest, once in the head. It's not in dispute that it was Mr. Griffith over there who inflicted those injuries, and that he was never charged in that incident. Have I left anything out, counsel?
Okay.
Ms. Thornhill.
Make him
I will
say
ask- I will ask,
Oklahoma.
The officer, if you could identify the defendant.
That's fine.
All right. So do you have any questions about the limits of your testimony?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Thank you. If you just step outside. We're ready.
Yeah, and the charges were dropped, and then this happened, and then they have maybe gonna open up again. But again, it's correct. If the mom had called and said, "Hey, by the way, I have evidence that my son, on or about blah blah, unalived his dad," they would probably have opened up the case again. Oklahoma.
You may be seated. Mr. Levine, next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Christopher Hyde.
There is a ruling about, well, the state of Florida have filed a notice of intent to offer inextricably intertwined evidence and or evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts. Because they claim purpose for introduction of the evidence, inextricably intertwined evidence. The evidence of defendant shooting his dad in the right frontal scalp and in the left upper chest and unaliving his dad in Stroud, Oklahoma on February 14th, 2024. Hey, Mo Raiders, welcome, welcome. We are just reading why prior bad acts should be introduced in this unaliving case. Is relevant, admissible, inextricably intertwined evidence, including being relevant to defendant's motive for unaliving his mom, anger towards defendant's mom, and witness evidence elimination from defendant's mom. Defendant's mom explicitly communicated directly to defendant earlier on that day that defendant unalived his mom, that she was going to come forward with evidence against defendants regarding defendant's admission to her regarding defendant unaliving his dad. And then there's the text we heard, Collin, the recordings of you admitting to unaliving your dad and planning the unaliving. There are 4 different instances from my Ring camera are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris on 3 p.m. today. My dad is sending me his recordings of you telling him how you planned my unaliving back in February. Audio, video, email, text, and phone records are all being sent. For the record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them. At 11:48 a.m., the defendant's mom had sent her mom, defendant's grandma, owner of the residence, a text including tell Collin the recordings of him admitting to killing his dad and planning the unaliving, sending them to everyone. Defendant's mom also texted defendant Collin, you need to stop before this gets way worse. If you don't come home soon, you're going to face charges, serious ones. Just stop. This same thing 1 year later. Why? You just have to stop, Collin. You want to throw me away like this and hurt me. I'll let everyone see you for who you are. All the comments and admission made on ring camera. You choose, Collin. Now respond that you will be home by 10 a.m. today. That's in 2.5 hours. Or don't respond and go back to court. You choose as always. So that's why they want to put it in there, because she threatened to release all of this. Hey, Greenland, we don't need the banner or empty pin. You can have Greenland. I'll save 4 billion. So I hope the ring camera is there, because then it's an open and shut case. But I think if the ring camera was there where he states, I'm going to honor live, or I did honor live, it would have been played during opening. Now we just need to find out why this guy was fired.
Back, what you said.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Officer Hyde, may you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Christopher Hyde, spelled CHRISTOPHERHYDE.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed as a police officer with the Iowa Tribe Police Department.
And what state is that in?
That is in Oklahoma.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 8 years now.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to February 14th of 2023. Were you working for the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office as a deputy on that date?
I was.
And did you respond to a homicide scene within your jurisdiction?
Yes.
Were you one of the first responders?
I was.
Were you able to determine through your investigation that the deceased individual had been shot 2 times?
That is correct.
Were you able to determine that 1 gunshot wound was to the chest and 1 gunshot wound was to the head?
Yes.
Through your investigation, were you able to determine that the defendant here in court is the individual who shot the deceased?
Yes.
Now, the person that you saw that day, do you see them in court today?
I do.
If you recognize them by something they're wearing, could you state that for the record and perhaps point to the individual?
The defendant is seated at the defense table in a gray suit jacket.
Your Honor, the record will reflect Officer Hyde has identified the defendant.
You are 23.
And is it a fair statement that the defendant was not charged for that killing in Oklahoma by the prosecutor's office?
That is correct.
I had to
And was
write
the defendant arrested for that?
more than.
He was.
All right, Officer Hyde, I have no further questions.
Ms. Ross,
No problem.
is the witness released?
He is, Your Honor.
You argued
Thank
to
you, sir.
bring this guy in for half an hour. I hate these people.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10 after noon. We will take our hour lunch at this time. Remember, don't talk about the case with anyone. If anyone approaches you and tries to talk to you about the case, tell them you're on the jury. Tell them to stop. If they don't, leave and let me know as soon as you can by writing it down and giving it to the bailiff. Please enjoy your lunch and return at 10 after 1.
All rise, please.
Do we need to take care of this issue regarding your client's presence during publication of the 911?
We have discussed.
You got them converted to 10 news.
Desire is once again to be outside.
Next to the stand, your mediocre HML. Oh, high school middle linebacker. Oh, I got that one.
Putting him back in the holding cell is acceptable.
Mr. Levine, is that going to be directly after lunch?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Ms. Mr. Griffith, you're
Almost
still under
200 likes,
oath.
but
We
that
had
fails again.
previously been
James.
talking about your decision
That's great
to
today.
absent yourself from the courtroom during publication of that exhibit.
We're going to have the
You asked for
911
some
call after
additional
lunch.
time with Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Hendry. Have you had enough additional time?
I have not.
And have you discussed the pros and cons of being in here or waiving your appearance?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Have they answered all your questions and addressed any concerns you have about that particular issue?
Yes, Your Honor, they did.
Now, are you under the influence of anything right now, drugs, alcohol, or medication that's prescribed you at the jail?
No, Your Honor.
And has anyone promised you anything or threatened you to absent yourself from the courtroom for a portion of this trial?
No, Your Honor.
I've heard about some mental health history on your behalf. Are you currently under a diagnosis at the jail?
No, Your Honor, I have no diagnosis.
So you're not supposed to be taking any medication that helps you think more clearly or make good decisions.
I am under no prescription.
Could also be because it's a
And
gotcha
Ms.
when you
Thornhill,
have a
Mr. Hendry, has there been any
when
reason
you
today to
hit
believe that your
the
client is
arteries.
not competent to make important decisions such as this?
Not at all.
No, Your Honor.
All right. And are you satisfied with the advice and counsel that Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Hendry have given you about this particular issue?
Yes.
Do you have any questions of me?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else you want on the record, Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hendry?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I find that your choice to waive your appearance during that portion of the trial is freely, knowingly, and intelligently made, and that it's made upon the advice of competent counsel. Now, if you change your mind, just tap your lawyer on the shoulder. But Ms. Thornhill, I need to tell the jury something. So what do you suggest I tell? I've never had this occur.
And neither have I.
I'm going to sit.
I mean, I think simple and straightforward that Collin Griffith has elected not to be present in the courtroom while this particular piece of evidence is published to you. He will be removed from the courtroom, and then they can watch and walk back.
No objection.
All right. So,
And
Your Honor, if I may, I would prefer that, Ms. Thornhill and I get an opportunity to kind of mull this over over lunch.
Yeah.
As far as like the exact wording of it, like I don't have any objection to what she's just suggested, but we hadn't actually discussed how that instruction would look. And frankly, I thought that it was something that you would have to do. But yeah, we'll if we could, like before the jury comes back, have
it would be
something.
very helpful if you would write it down and email it to me and copy Mr. Levine.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else before the lunch break?
Okay.
no, sir.
All right. Then after.
A Lincoln County deputy was stripped of his badge days after he was found guilty of trespassing and obstructing an officer. The misdemeanor charges stem from an incident last year caught on body cam. The sheriff's office confirmed the deputy was terminated Tuesday. Oh, that's bad. Pleaded no contest last week in court. Through the OSBI investigation, he remained on the job until now. They were dispatched to a rural home in Kearney where a property dispute was underway. He even admitted they are right there on the bed of my truck. He's like, I took it as a collateral. Deputies arrived and found several people standing around, including off-duty deputy Christopher J. Hyde, his sister, and her boyfriend. Deputy body cam video showed that the property owner, a woman in sunglasses, cool, made it clear she wanted Hyde and his sister removed. These people need to get off my property. They are not even welcome. This truck is right here. He needs to go. He's not welcome on my property. In a statement to the sheriff's office, the property owner said she was in a discussion with a man who owed her money and his girlfriend. When another man, later identified as Christopher Hyde, suddenly pulled in her driveway and refused to leave. This is brother. He's on my property. He's not welcome on my property. I want him gone. I don't know why he's here. Get him out of here. Despite the property owner telling him he was trespassing and being asked multiple times by fellow deputies to leave, Hyde continued to puff on his cigarette as he remained by his sister's side. Cool guy. We can talk about this another time, but you need to leave. I know you feel big right now, but no, I'm not feeling big, CJ. Hyde eventually left the property with his sister. A deputy later wrote in a report that Hyde was rude throughout the interaction and refused to obey my lawful order. In a statement to the sheriff's office, the property owner said, in part, "It was very disturbing to me that someone in law enforcement can feel that he's above the law." That's a Stallone movie. While Hyde was processed in the Lincoln County Jail, a mugshot was not taken. The sheriff's office told News 9 they aren't sure why. I can tell you why. He was a police officer and they play dirty. But they are working to get one. Hyde attorney declined to comment. On Tuesday, she filed a motion to have the charges expunged from public record. So he's a dirty cop. But this was the morning portion of the show where we will continue after lunch. They are back at 1:10, so in 50 minutes. So I'll have to run and make some food, and I'll be back doing part 2 in the afternoon, and I hope you might join me. We will be starting with, it sounded like, the 911 call, which will probably not be that nice, because the defendant chose not to be in the courtroom. It is his constitutional right. I still think it's BS, but that's the law of the land, and we go by the law, not what random bakers think 7,000 miles away. Guess the other should have taken the stand. Homie should show up to court. Well, he's going to show up. He's just going to be in another room. He's not going to be in this room. So they fired him, but let him keep his certification. It was just a misdemeanor. It's a cop. Do you remember the famous word? Is he going to be in trouble? No, he's also a Boston PD. Just remember those words every time you think, why did that cop get off so easy? They will be mulling it over lunch, trying to figure out the correct wording to give to the jury why he's going out there. Why isn't the kid sitting in court? Because he doesn't want to be there when they play the 911 call. It is his right. So don't ask me. I'm just sitting here. But the rest of you, please come back. Come back. Come back again.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor. So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All
right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody has.